Morning, everybody. Cheers. The coffee shop's reopened. Yes. Oh, they've been closed for like, I don't know. It feels like months, but it's only been like a week and a bit. But so there's not been any good coffee anywhere. So I've been making my own coffee, which is fine, but it's not quite as good as theirs. My logo has shifted again, so I'm just fixing my logo, as you do. Okay. How's everyone? Hope you all had a great week. Hope you're all enjoying getting back into work. For those of you that are getting back into work, for those still on holidays, good on you. I'm jealous, totally jealous. I wouldn't know what to do on holidays anyway. If I was on holidays, I'd be doing this. Yeah. Unless I go somewhere where I'm isolated, where I don't have my computer and the ability to go and tinker with stuff, whatever. That's the only way I could actually, I think, turn off. And probably take me a week just to turn off, just in time to leave and come back. Anyway, so hola, Sid. Hola. Sorry, I was a bit late in starting the stream this morning. I had stuff in the oven, in the dryer downstairs, which I had to get out, and I had to check, because I had to work out if it had to go back into the dryer or not. So I had to just get those out and inspect them. Yes, there's a few of you also that are retired. Sorry, Andy. Hi, by the way. So yeah, I should have also grouped that together for those of you that, but you know, what is retirement as a maker? You know, is there really such thing as retirement? I don't know. I know there wouldn't be for me. So some of you might have seen, I released a video a couple of days ago. Wow. I'm working on automating the conveyors, automating the width on the conveyors, which, look, it's not an essential thing I need on the line. It's not like, you know, rocket science to have to go and, you know, adjust the widths, but it'd be nice if it was more automated. I have to admit, I haven't had any accidents since I've moved in here. I don't think I have, but I had accidents all the time. I might have had an accident once when I still had the Neodin, I think, where I'd forget to adjust one conveyor and a PCB, a panel would come out of the pick and place machine and then land on the floor, and all the parts would go and it would be thrown out. So that's what it's basically avoiding doing that, but also, you know, even just tuning them each time, you know, getting them exact so they don't get caught on the way in or the way out and can't move or anything. You know, there's a little bit of tweaking every time. So even though I'm standardizing a lot on some of my sizes, I can't standardize on all my PCBs. So I've still got, you know, 4 or 5, maybe 6 different widths that I have, although the majority of them are standardized on the width panel I do for my tiny boards. So that's good. But still, like yesterday I did a production run. I did 3 different boards, 3 different products, and all 3 were different widths. And during one of them, I had to readjust the oven and run a board through the oven again through a stupid mistake I made. Whatever. another time. And so there was quite a lot of adjustment having to do that. Like to adjust the oven, I often then have to adjust the restacker and the feed-in line to the oven. So there's 3 different things I need to adjust just to adjust the oven to get it bored through. So I started playing around with, well, this started actually quite a long time ago. I've been chatting with Peter Homan for quite a while. Peter's might be in the chat later today. I don't know if he's awake yet. He's local here as well, and we've been kind of going back and forwards and mulling over what to do. He's got a couple of milling machines. He's actually done a lot in the CNC space, like makes his own controllers and stuff. And anyway, I can't remember when he comes on. If I see him online, I'll get his website address. I can't remember what it is. Anyway, he does the Gecko drives. Some of you might know. Anyway, so he milled me a bracket to fit in there with a NEMA 23 double shaft, as some of you might have seen on the video. If not, I can bring the video up and we can have a look over it. And so I finally got around to doing the electronics side, which I always knew what I wanted to do, but I didn't want to design it until we actually had everything else in place so I could test it and stuff. Hello, Kyle. Yes, it has been a while. How you doing? So we're going to go through and work on the PCB and hopefully get that done and get it off to JLC PCB. It's turning into something that's a little bit more than just a simple ESP32 with a stepper controller. But I have some ideas, so like, yeah, I'll go through those in a moment. But what I should do first is say hi to everyone in the chat, which I forgot to do. I went straight into the meat. So Yomba Prime, good morning. And for those that didn't catch it, he spilled his coffee all over an SSD this morning, and the SSD is bugger. Oh well. I hope it enjoyed its last coffee before it died. Antonio, good morning. Michael, hello. Johnny, hi. Andy Calloway, bah. Cable tie, never fear. Are you on you're driving? You're listening on your phone? In your car? Hello, Steve. SDG Electronics. Happy Tuesday. Happy Wednesday. Scrolling. Missed stuff. Antonio, did I say hi to Antonio? Classify yourself as a meat popsicle. Oh, what a great film. David Dessa, hello. Intimate Tech, Quindo, hello. Graham, morning. Jeremy, hello. Andy Day, hi. Tishipu, oink. Sid, good morning. Andy Mouse, Squeak. Tabletronics, hello. Alan, Madsen, hi. Oh, gone all the way backwards. So, Kyle, I said hi to already. Crazy Roops, hello. X Micron, good morning. Backwards. Johnny says, I'm semi-retired, only work Monday and Tuesday. Why on earth did I agree to work on Mondays? Yeah, Mondays are rough. Well, you know the cure for working on a Monday, right? The whole Monday blues going back to work is just don't not work. So Monday's just another day. Like Monday just comes after Sunday. And Sunday's a work day, so Monday's not a problem anymore, right? That's what I do. If you work every day, then there's never a back to work day. Hey Kenny, Kenny's listening while feeding the chickens in the wind and rain. How are you listening feeding the chickens? Headphones? Okay, Ian, hello. Ian Scott Johnson. Good morning as well. Cool. Okay, I think I got everyone on the list. Although, obviously lots of people have not said hi. There seem to be more people viewing than there are chatting. That's okay. So, you might have seen in the video, I was prototyping with my Otis controller, which actually interestingly showed me a couple of issues with the controller board to do with noise on the board coming in from the 12 volts controlling the stepper. and getting some noise coming into the limit switch I/O, which was triggering the limits when they weren't supposed to be, which got me thinking about what I was designing on the board and how I need to potentially change it, or what I'm going to do with power. So what I should do is actually show you the board that I've got right now, where I'm up to, and then have a chat about what I'm planning to do to power it, and even, much to my fear of what's going to happen, ask for advice from chat about what I should do in terms of power isolation. That should be interesting. Always is. Yeah. Okay, so let's switch over. Yes, phone upside down in shirt pocket plus speaker in your ears. Oh, okay, right, not even headphones. Just, do you want me to talk louder? How do you type a long short O in English? How do you type a long... What? I don't know what that means. Okay. I'm just going to say AJ odd bits because I AJB 2K3's odd bits. Hello. Yeah. Okay. So, where's the button? Ooh is pronounced you. What? Hey, Adam. I don't know what's going on. So, let's go to here. So, this is my current... Does anyone work out what S.A.C.C stands for? It's not really that hard. If you know me, you'll know what that stands for. But I'm curious to know. That ain't gonna work. What ain't gonna work? Decided to swap my accounts. Oh, was that you, Adam? How funny. Hey, Steve. Steven, hello. Super awesome chocolate chips. What? Oh, right. Super awesome chocolate chips. How funny. Advice from the chat. I'll be the first aid kit ready. Yeah. Yes. No. Aaron. Hey, Aaron. That's actually interesting. Super awesome conveyor contraption. Yes, it could be. It's probably simpler than that. South Australian Cricket Club. Very good, Dave. Very good. There's some really good guesses. I mean, wrong, totally wrong, but really good guesses. This was with the years I started having an internet presence. You remember when you had an internet presence? How young are you? Anyway, doesn't matter. Let's not go in there. Let's not do that. Okay, because I don't want to talk about how old I am. So this is the board at the moment. This is what I'm planning. And what I should do is just put some measurements on it just to show. It's just 50 by 50 millimeters, which I've got no specific need to have it this size other than it's that nice sweet spot for JLC PCB. The controller is such a carry-on. Is it a what? Stand and correct conveyor. What? What was that, Johnny? That wasn't serious, was it? S.A.C.C, a cost-focused Wi-Fi 6 IoT device. What? Are you serious? They just released another freaking chip. What? Oh, are you gonna rickroll? Oh no. Okay, I just lost my chat. No way. Are you serious? Oh my god, another freaking chip from Espressive that does exactly the same as everything else that they've done. Oh, and they call it a C61 because that's not going to confuse anyone. Oh, why do they do this? Is an affordable option as opposed to the C6, which is what? So, okay, what doesn't it have? Let's have a look. Apparent difference between the C6 and the 661. 661 has a single 32-bit core that runs at 160. On-chip memory, 320 kilobytes of SRAM, 5 external PS RAM can... It can... Oh, for fuck's sake, Espressive. Oh my god. You heard me right. For fuck's sake, Espressive. What the... Poof. If only I could slap them. Slap them right now. Slap them. Okay. I'm at a loss. At a loss for the stupidity. Yep. Yep. Okay. Yes, they're first with PS RAM. So they're taking the C6, which is a dual core, high efficiency, low efficiency chip with better specs and peripherals, it looks like, potentially. But they can't do PS RAM, which is its only bottleneck. It's a big bottleneck. And instead, they're making a cheaper, smaller version that's only single core, but that can do PS RAM. Because the ability to do PS RAM has nothing to do with how many cores it's got, and it's nothing to do with, like, let's just completely fracture the product landscape. Like, you know, people that need PS RAM don't need less cores, they want more cores. Like,
Hal 9000 says, oh dear, Sion is not happy with Espressive.
No, Sion's not happy with Espressive. Like, oh my gosh. Okay. Let's move on. No, let's move on. I wish you wouldn't have done that, Johnny. Thanks, but, you know. Okay. Breathe. Breathe. For those that aren't aware, there's an SP32C2, there's a C3, there's a C5, there's a C6, there's now a C61. There's also a couple of variations of the C2. Then there's the ESP32 original, then ESP32S, which is a single core original. But then there's ESP32S2, which is a single core newer generation with USB, native USB, but no BLE. But then there's an ESP32S3 that has dual core and BLE's back again. It's only BLE 5 or 5.1 though, which sucks. And that's also got native USB. There's also the H2, and then there's the I think a 3 or a H6 or something coming. And then, of course, there's the P4. Oh, it's the H4. Sorry, not the H. Yeah, H. Wasn't there? I thought I heard something about a H6. Anyway, like, and, you know, if you line them all up on a grid, they make no sense. Yeah, there's a H2 and there's another one. There's another H1 coming, right? They don't make any sense. Yeah. So, you know, okay. Well, technically...
Hal 9000 says we need an SP32C64.
That'd be funny. Must be a silicon size issue. What do you mean? It's external PS RAM, not internal PS RAM. So it will make no difference to the silicon size. It's just pins for the... They've already got the pins for the flat. If you're talking about PS RAM, SDG Electronics, then it's nothing to do with that. I mean, the C6 has an internal flash variant and a no flash variant, and which is using an SPI bus, and so all they need to do is expose the VDD SPI, which they already do for the version that doesn't have the built-in flash, and an extra CS pin for the PS RAM, which you could just use any I/O. So, you know, yeah. So the Tiny Watch would have been a C6 board if I would have had PSRAM ability. But I wouldn't put a C61 in it. Why would I lose a core and lose some SRAM to get PSRAM? That makes no sense. You see what I mean? Like why put an advanced feature like external PSRAM into a reduced capability chip? Like a reduced capability chip is something that's designed to go into little tiny IoT products like lights and blah, 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 and blah, blah, blah that don't need PSRAM. It's like, yeah, I'm sure they know what they're doing. I'm sure they know what their customer base is. Couldn't for the life of me work out who they are, but I'm sure that there's a, yeah. Okay, let's get back to this PCB. So. Wait, I think I need a vodka. Yeah, C61. Okay, so S.A.C.C stands for extra RAM. Normally you pick up a chip for application. Why would you pay for functions that don't need? But the PSRAM is external. It doesn't cost anything, is what I'm saying. I'm not talking about a chip that comes with internal PSRAM. I'm talking about external PSRAM. Like, it's only recently that Espressif were shipping chips with PSRAM inside them, right? That only started on the S2. You know, even the ESP32 range until the Pico V3 Evo, that was the first that came with PSRAM as well, and that came out after the S2 came out. So the S2 was the first with PSRAM. So, you know, and 90% of the products they sell don't have PSRAM internally, but support external PSRAM on all their extensor cores. So, yeah. So you're not paying for anything. Okay. Whew. Yeah, that's never going to happen. Never ever going to happen. SRAM's expensive. I feel ghosted in the shell influence. No. So S.A.C.C stands for... Stands... Oh, come on. Beach ball. Stands for... SAM Automated Conveyor Controller. Did I spell it right? Automated Conveyor Controller. That's what it stands for. So, SAM Automated Conveyor Controller. Okay. So, firstly, I'm not using a bob, I'm just using a standard stepper. But a 5160 is it convey. What did I write? Oh, God, I can't spell. You are correct. I was too busy looking at automated conveyor controller. What does SAM stand for? SAM doesn't stand for anything. SAM is the name of my personal assistant. Yes, S.A.C.C, it's the nuts. Yeah. Okay, so, yes, I'm using a 5160. I mean, technically, I guess it could be a 2208, 2209, because there's only one of them, so I could be using the IO instead for UART, but I don't want to. I want to be using this. I want the extra current they can do. I'm using a Nano S3 for the brains. I thought about using just an ESP32 S3 mini module. I don't need PSRAM for this. Well, I didn't need PSRAM for this, but maybe I do now, speaking of PSRAM. But I didn't want to make a 4-layer board. I'd rather keep it 2 layers, and, you know, I might have a few nanos, and I only need 4 or 5 of these. Separate ground regions, yeah, so that's what we're going to talk about. And we're going to talk about isolation, the macro adapter for the thermal camera work. Macro adapter for the current. Oh, I haven't got one. I haven't looked at it. I don't know where to get the lens from, and I haven't had time to look for the lens. So the 3D print was great. I haven't printed it yet, but excuse me, that link was awesome. But I need to source a lens. For those that don't know what we're talking about, I got myself a thermal camera. Did I show you this last week? Peter! Okay, Peter's here. Peter, can you... Hang on, I'm going to make you a moderator, Peter. Add as moderator. Can you put a link to your website? I was trying to explain what you do, the Gecko drives and stuff, but yeah, a link to your website would be better. So I got a thermal camera and was quite disappointed with it in that the minimum distance for aligning the image between the thermal image and the normal image is like this far. I don't know what it is in like 30 centimeters, which means looking at a small board like a watch, yeah, is impossible because the watch is a little tiny thing in the middle and you can't see, all you see is a blob. But apparently this is a known thing, like even the really expensive ones have a limited range, but what you can do is put a lens on, a special lens on it. Adam sent me a link to a 3D print that he uses on his that is designed to hold one of these lenses that I think Keen also mentioned, the lens he's using. It's the same lens. You put the lens in, put that 3D print on it, and then it reduces the distance to quite close. So I'm glad that there's a solution for this, but I need to source the lens. And then, so the thermal camera is up there. I think, no, which one's which? One of them is a normal camera and one's a thermal camera. I don't know, maybe the thermal camera, I don't know. But they need to converge, so you've got some software in here where you can actually adjust them. Yeah, shoving a macro lens on it. Anyway, so I need to do that. I just haven't got around to it yet. I've been a bit busy. Must be a glass lens. Yeah, it'll be, I assume so. It's a proper macro lens. Okay, back to here. Okay, so I've got, so I just need to drive the one stepper, right? I'm not going to try to make this do more than it needs to do within reason, right? The one stepper, which is coming in here, got a nice big electrolytic cap over there. So 24 volts in. At the moment, I'm looking at using an external, oh, here we go. So this is Peter's website. Of course, that's your, I couldn't remember what your address was, what your web address was, but of course it's your name. So as I said, Peter does a lot of CNC motion controller stuff. He's got his Gecko drivers and whatnot. Spindle controllers. Ooh, you don't have your pendant on here, do you? He's working on a new pendant, which is really cool. He brought it in the other day to show me. Hey Dave. So stepper motors. Oh, we should have put one of these bigger ones on. Look at the size of these. No, okay. NEMA 34. Holy moly. Okay. Anyway, that's his address if you want to check out the stuff. Gecko drives, which is really overkill for what I need, but they're very cool. Grunty steppers. Yeah, I don't need so much grunt. So we'll talk about power in a moment, okay? I've got inputs for 2 limit switches, one for measuring, one for homing. I know I can work out how to do the measurement without having a second stepper, but the second stepper is also for safety. I can prevent it from crashing one direction, crashing the other direction. I don't want it to crash too close together because it'll hit and misalign or damage the sensors that detect the PCB coming in and out. So I don't want to do that. So it's just easy to stick a second limit on there. And if I install the second limit or not, whatever, but at least support for it. Getting excited. Unbelievers made it around the world. 20 miles away. Yay! Yeah, mail's been it's been hit and miss in terms of speed. Some things have been getting overseas really, really quickly. Hey, Alan. And some of them have been taking a while, but I'm glad it's almost there. Hey, Mad Techie. And anyone else I've missed? Hey, Better Hobbyist. Why do you... detect a pun on your window in that? What? Crashing. Why do I detect? There isn't one. Very common ground on external limits to avoid hot... What? Interesting. I prefer a common ground on external limits. Okay, I'm not sure what you mean by that, but we'll go into it, I guess, just shortly. Hey, Alex, how you doing? Yeah, that was really quick, Dave, getting to you, but it might sit at that depot now for like 2 months. Who knows? Obviously, I've got USB for flashing the thing, serial output, whatever, blah, 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 but it'll be running off the 5 volts in day to day. Sticking a Stemma QT connector on there, so I could potentially put something like a time of flight sensor or something on there just for expandability. And so there's something else I want to stick on there, because there's an extra problem to solve that I think I've got maybe a cool solution for. There are lots of ways to solve it, but none of them are really ideal. Or some of them, they're all kind of too complicated, although I guess complication is an interesting thing. Right, let's talk about the power supply. So what I was going to do is stick a... wait. Hold on one moment. I need to find a link to something. I need to log into Mouser. Yes, Sam is my automated assistant. Sam doesn't sound... It's not an acronym in an acronym. Sam is... So the plan is I'll be able to go, hey Sam, set the conveyors to 98 or 99 millimeters. Or, hey Sam, set up the conveyors for tiny pico. And it'll just adjust them. That's my plan. So Sam will just talk MQTT to the boards and they'll adjust themselves. And then Sam will also be able to potentially read information back from the controller and give me feedback, right? Design a new USB board. Hey Sam, send a message to Espressive telling them that... Yep. Poor Sam. Sam's still here. Sam's on my desk. Sam doesn't get enough love, I know. But Sam will. He will. Okay, so... just going to try to get this link open in a new window. Here we go. So, I've got some of these coming. These are non-isolated 24 volt to 5 volt DC to DC converters. Now let me just, I'll put the link in here. Yeah, set conveyors to 980 millimeter, Sam. I'm sorry, Sion. I'm sorry, Dave. I don't think I can do that. So these are a 24 volt in, 5 volt out, non-isolated modules. 1 amp, 5 volt, 1 amp out. And so I originally designed the board to use one of these, so I can just have 24 volts coming in, and I can pull the 5 volts off that. There are lots of different brands and products in this kind of module space, in this SIP space, and they're all, hey, Mutant Cybernetics. That's okay, no problem. You're late. I got cold coffee. We're doing great. Oh, Adam, thank you for the link for the lens. That's awesome. As long as the feed is current limited and they are all pull up or down and not mix. What? The feed, the what? I don't know, what are we talking about? Okay, anyway. So I've got some of these ordered, but what I also bought, and this was my original thing to buy, was this. Should I put it here? Oh, there's no picture, but I've actually got a Meanwell power supply coming, and it's a dual isolated power supply. So it's got a 24 volt 4.6 amps and a 5 volt 3 amps. I don't need 3 amps. Hey Reed. But I was more interested in having a dual isolated supply. But then it occurred to me, an isolated supply isn't an isolated supply when I need to share the grounds. There needs to be a common ground, right? And if there's a common ground, unless I'm going to do some type of star topology or whatever, then that pretty much breaks the whole isolation, doesn't it? That's a question. Having never really done anything with isolated power before, I mean, you know, my fan controllers have got, you know, isolation. Oh, holding it in the wrong spot. Sorry. My fan controllers for Reflow Master Pro have got isolation in that the digital signal coming in is going through an optocoupler controlling the FET. So, you know, I guess I could put optocouplers between the ESP32S3 and the limit switches, right? And I could be triggering the limits that way. But, yeah, the tracker, I mean, I've got some Rayco stuff here. Rayco was more expensive, pretty much the same spec. I've never used the Traco before, but apparently they're really good. Found some other options of some brands that I don't really know that were cheaper, but they're still, these are, you know, how much are they? They're in the $5 price range. Oh, wait, that's, yeah, $5 each for a module is a lot cheaper than using external supply. Or digital isolators, right? So what I didn't want to do is make the board, I didn't want to spend time trying to work out how to isolate all the power and be going through multiple revisions, working on implementing stuff that I've never done before, that I don't know what I'm doing on, to try to prevent a problem that I may or may not have, right? So I figured the easiest thing to do would just be to have two power inputs from an isolated source, but I don't know how to deal with the ground plane, which has to be common. So the process of designing a 3 output power supply with isolated output, so you can tie it together any way you want. Sure, how are you isolating the power on the same board and keeping a common ground? Or does the isolated power supply automatically provide a common ground but isolated power? Like, that's what I don't really understand. So you're joining the grounds and I don't see the need for isolation. Exactly. But how do I not join the grounds? There needs to be a common ground. These are connected, right? They're connected digitally. They need to have a common ground. Right, so it's just 3 in 1, but they don't communicate, right? Because if they communicate, you'd have to have a common... Right, so I have to use optical or right. So I just don't know if there's any point doing that. So the noise that I was getting on my limit switches on the my Otis board, like for the prototype, they're easily solved, right? I just did filtering on the limits, and as you saw for those that saw the video, works perfectly fine. Controller of opto-isolated I2C. Right. So in my case, the controller's on the same board. You don't need common ground if you use opto-isolation. I know that, but then I've got to opto-isolate every single line, every I/O, right? Anything that communicates between the 5 volt line and anything that communicates on 3.3 volt logic across the two needs its own optical isolation.
Ian, chat has disconnected.
Ooh. Wrote about noise on switches. You do current sensing rather than voltage sensing on the switch inputs. Right, but then I need extra components to do current sensing. right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, as I said, if I need to start implementing things to try to work out how to get all this kind of talking and working, and then I end up having to make revisions and revisions, I already know how to deal with it if it's not isolated. Because as I said, I've got my one downstairs working perfectly fine. I would assume that feeding it 24 volts is going to make no real difference to, I mean, there might be some extra noise feedback from the motor, from the stepper, but at a higher voltage. But at the end of the day, it's going to be the same problem. Filtering should be able to fix that like it does. I've got it 100% reliable just using filtering. Hey Martin, for years I've been using the Asian brand Monsun as a replacement of the Tracker or Recon. Works great and costs nearly a fraction. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I've heard of Monsun. I just wanted to get, well, I'd already ordered the parts anyway the other day, and I don't have anything coming from LCSC. So LCSC is only cheaper if I'm buying other stuff and they can provide me everything I need, because I got to pay shipping, right? Where with Mauser I get free shipping and DigiCare I get free shipping. So the shipping alone, like if I'm just going to go get, you know, a small amount of parts, it's not worth it. You don't. The isolated power supplies with a common ground will still be a lot better than stepping down from single supply due to the filtering in each supply. Right, so I've got a common ground on my board, or does the power supply give me a common ground? Like if I was to, I know, stupid thing, but if I was to, you know, isolate, if I was to draw a line down here, right? That wasn't a great line. Let's just make it nice and thick so everyone can see it. If there was a line down here and I had two completely different ground planes on my board, the power supply, because it's this external one, right? The main well one. If that's supplying me isolated power, then there is no common ground. So this would be a problem. I'd need to then somehow bridge these grounds. Like, is there a way of doing isolated power coming in where the common part is done on the others, like at the power supply side? I'm asking, I don't know. I'm assuming no, but the filtering result of noise inducted on cables or switches, presumably. In that case, isolated supply doesn't help. I'm assuming it's inducted on cables. It's not the switches. The switches are not triggering incorrectly. So if I just let it run, like move, as the conveyor's moving, and I just look at the status of the limit switches, you know, they'll be, they're all pulled low. Although you saw may have seen the bodge of how I wired it all up, and that could have been introducing part of the problem. You know, I'll occasionally see a high out of 300 or 400 lows when I'm reading. It'll just be just a random high in there, which I don't want. But that's easy to filter out, very easy to filter out, which I've already done. So I guess the question is, like, it's not worth me trying to isolate the two sides. Isolate power supply doesn't help. You would need to improve the immunity to common mode noise. Right, okay. Well, this is not a product, right? This is not anything I'm looking at selling or anything. I am planning on releasing the files on GitHub for those that want to run with it, change it, tinker with it, improve it, whatever. Okay, well, I might just stick to using the external supply anyway. I need to put a power supply in there regardless, a 24 volt power supply. So if I'm going to do that anyway, for 2 more wires, I solve the 5 volt in. So I'll probably just leave it the way it is. Okay. And I won't worry about isolation for now. Two-stage cap filters on that. I would for sure use multi-stage cap filters on the processor. I don't believe it's an issue. I don't believe there's a processor issue. Like the The nano itself, my boards themselves are quite well filtered. Join the 2.0 output. Well, that's what I mentioned, I think, before you came on. I mentioned, like, I don't really want to do a star topology on this. I'd have to go 4 layers to do a star topology anyway, which I don't particularly want to do. Yeah, do I really need to do a star topology? I mean, basically, I need to design from scratch again. If I'm going to go star, I need to start off with doing the ground, isolating the ground, and then trying to work out where everything's going to fit on the board based on that. Like, that's going to give me return path problems. If you don't want a star, what? If you don't want a star when you're making the issue before you even start, huh? Sure. But yeah, to do that, I have to go 4 layers. Thanks, Traddy Trev. Yeah. Like, I don't know what issues I'm going to have with it until I've got it. Okay, well, I mean, joining the ground. Okay, well, to do that, I'm going to have to go 4 layers. Either way, if I'm going to do any type of isolation of ground, I need to go 4 layers. I remember seeing some of his earlier videos, like some videos a while back on separate grounds. Okay, so really, okay. I don't know how I'll do this without going 4 layers. And the board's going to get a lot more complicated because, before we do this, so something I want to do, I just bought myself a couple of the I just bought a 5 megapixel and a 3 megapixel version of their newish SPI cameras. And I'll tell you why I did that. So I want to put a second SPI bus on here with a 6-pin JST-PH connector for one of these SPI cameras. Right, so the only way I can do a good handle on return currents is to go 4 layers, which, yeah, I wanted to avoid just the cost of it on this, but yeah, not a big deal. So one of the problems I need to solve, and John Oxer was talking about this also recently, he's making his own conveyors, and this is something that is solved if you buy, you know, nice expensive conveyors. If I was to, you know, buy Juki conveyors for my line, you know, none of this would be remotely an issue. Let me just get to a file. I'm just going to bring up the video that I made, that I released, to show you what I need to do. Okay. So this is the video for those that haven't seen. I'm not going to play the whole video, and I'm going to turn the volume down. But I was showing the conveyor moving and stuff. So cost for 4 layer quite low. No. Well, yes, compared to other people, but also still 4 to 5 times as much as just a 2-layer board. It's not a game changer. It's just I was hoping to avoid. They also take longer to manufacture and whatever, and cost more for getting nicer colors with Enig and whatever. So one of the issues with the conveyors in general is I can't have a conveyor home or measure if there's a board on it. And how do you detect if there's a board on it? So the conveyors, well, the ones I got here, like I've got two different versions. The conveyor themselves have a sensor at the end and a sensor at the start, which is uses for loading and unloading the video. Sense the position of the attached. Didn't sense the position of the attached equipment's rails. The what? I don't understand what that means. Sense the position of the attached equipment's rails. You want to explain that a bit more? Sorry. So apart from the fact that I don't want to hack into their hardware to use those sensors, I will often have a PCB sitting in the middle of there where I don't want it to load into the next stage, but I want to sit it in there. So for instance, yesterday I ran a whole lot of boards, and the boards actually paste and pick and place 2 to 3 times faster than the oven can reflow them. And firstly I can't have them bang into the oven, into each other, and I also can't have 4 boards in the oven at the same time because of the thermal mass, right? So you said the P&P adjusted to board width automatically. Okay, well, because that's, I'll get to, just let me finish what I'm, okay, let me finish what I'm doing first, Jay. So, now completely, right, I'll often hold a board in the middle of the conveyor, not touching any sensor. I just want it to sit there. I'll stop the line, I won't let anything else go through, and it'll sit there and wait until there's enough room in the oven to send the next board through. If I had a newer, better stencil printer, then one of the features you can get on the newer models is you can time it. You can say, only paste a board every, 2 minutes, for argument's sake, right? Which means the line will wait for the next board to come through, and it gives it time for the oven to do its thing. So I need a way. Right, John's working on the same problem, but he's working for his own conveyor. So I need to solve it differently for mine, and I need it to work on all my different conveyors. So using sensors won't help me because it could be anywhere on the conveyor. And what I can't do is, so what the Juki has inside it, which is really cool, it doesn't use up sensors. It has sideways sensors, and it can detect a line break as a board comes in and out, and it's got sensors along, so it can kind of detect where a board is inside as well as sensors up and stuff. I can't do that. I can't retrofit that onto these conveyors. There's no place to mount anything that is a beam that goes across without interfering with the way the conveyor works. And as I said, I've got one conveyor like this. My old conveyor, which I got from Neodyne, it's not a Neodyne brand, but it's an old conveyor, has a 3-point stop. So it's got a sensor in the middle as well, but which makes it even worse because that's more electronics in there right now that I would interfere with trying to get that. So, and I can't make it shoot down the end looking across it because it's going to be in the way of boards going through. So I had an idea of using a camera connected to the ESP32. Your current discussion needs a sonic sensor. No, it doesn't need a sonic sensor won't help me, is what I'm saying. There's no type of time-of-flight ultrasonic sensor or anything else that I can put on there that's going to be able to tell me that there's a board somewhere on the line, not without interfering with the operation of the way the conveyors work. So my plan is to use one of these new cameras. It's an SPI camera, so it's a simple SPI interface to talk to them that can be mounted on the conveyor, and it can detect if there's a board there anywhere on the conveyor by saying, this is what my empty conveyor looks like. Here's an image of my empty conveyor, and here's an image, and are they different? yep, okay, there's something on there. It might not be a board. Maybe, I could put a coffee mug in there and technically it would say, hey, there's something on the conveyor. So it can prevent doing that, right? All I need is fairly low res imagery, black and white, doesn't matter. The fastest I can process will allow me to do an image comparison to detect if there's something there. So I can say, sorry, you can't move the conveyor while there's a PCB there. And then I also get the advantage, if it's potentially fast enough, to have visual monitoring on the conveyors as well along my line, which would be cool. So get a bit of TensorFlow going. Well, it doesn't even need that. It really just needs some basic, it can be pixel byte data comparison. I don't know. A few light sensors. How would a few light sensors do that just fine? So on a conveyor that's even longer than that, how many is a few and where? And then what's if my PCB... I've got PCBs that are this long that go on the line, and I've got PCBs that are this long that go on the line. So if it's this wide, like my panel of my watches, do I have... I don't have a panel here. Then I would need to have the granularity of the light sensors to be no less frequent than this, than 50 millimeters, 60 millimeters. Wait, no, sorry. I lied, don't. 110 millimeters. So I would need every 90 millimeters, I'd have to have a light sensor. Really? You're telling me that's an easier solution? To have to work out how I'm going to mount all of that and wire all of those things in, right? And then get them exactly lined up so it can actually detect. Yeah, no, that's not the way to do it. I don't think that's. If I was making one, sure. I want to make something that can work anywhere. And as I said, I get the added advantage using a camera of being able to just look at the vision of my line. No, it needs to know it's anywhere on there. It's anywhere. As I just mentioned before, I will often leave a PCB in the middle or somewhere on there that isn't on the sensors so it doesn't trigger to go through. So it needs to be able to detect anywhere on the line, on the conveyor, if there's something there or not. Anyway, now movement based on sensing. So you're talking about having it follow the pick and place position. So if you look at on this side here, you're talking about it working out where that is and having this match that, right? So the problem with that is, where do I mount something to do that? Because these are less than a millimeter apart from each other. So where would I mount something that could... I'd have to mount something that can detect each side of it. So if it moves across one way, it knows to move it, and then across the other way. But also, the widths of these are totally different. And then the width of my stencil printer to this is totally different. And then the actual conveyors for my stacker and destacker aren't even like this. They're flat walls. So there is no solution I could come up with that would work on all of my conveyors that would do this. And where I would mount it and how I'd get it to work would have to be tuned specifically for every conveyor based on what it's looking at to sense it. I thought about that already. Yes, Jay. I did. I mean, this is not... I didn't come up with the idea of automating my conveyors last week. Like, I've been wanting to do this for a year and a half, since I got my very first conveyor. So what I'm trying to do is come up with something that's super simple. Super simple to add. Like, this is literally 2 little plastic 3D prints, right, that just clip on to the conveyor. And they can be anywhere as long as they touch one of these things or a wall, yeah? and then they just connect to the controller, and that's it. And so it'd be nice if I didn't have to say to Sam, hey Sam, move the controller, or I didn't have to type something in on my phone to make it move, right? It'd be great if it just moved automatically, but I don't want it to move automatically. 100% do not want it to move automatically ever. Okay, why? Because I might have a board on the conveyor, a board in the pick and place machine, a board being made in the pick and place machine, a board on the exit conveyor, and boards in the oven, yeah? And while that's happening, I'm on the stencil printer with a completely different width now because I'm loading up the next stencil on the next board to run, right? And all of a sudden, all of my conveyors change position because the thing that some of them are sensing have changed, but the other ones haven't. Like, that's a disaster. That's a disaster waiting to happen, right? So, me saying, Sam, move all the conveyors, or Sam, move conveyor 1, or whatever, is really such a tiny obstacle that allows me to prevent anything from going wrong, right? So that's why I'm doing it the way I'm doing it, right? And it's also the simplest. And with the camera and detection of whether there's a board on there or not, I can go, hey Sam, adjust the line to whatever, and it can go, no Sion, sorry, there is a board on this conveyor, and there's a board, blah, 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 and if I move them, you're gonna drop the boards on the floor, so, sorry Sion, can't do it. You know what I mean? Sam, make me a coffee would be great, or at least heat up my coffee. So, and so John's working on a similar thing right now, and on a couple of streams ago, I tried kind of explaining to him all the different variations of what could go wrong by what he's trying to do. He wants to stop boards in the middle of his of the conveyor for things like inspection, but where the sensors don't know that there's a board in the middle, so another board can come in and just smash it out onto the floor, right? So, I mean, there are so many different things that can go wrong with the conveyors because they're pretty dumb the way they communicate with SMEMA. It's literally I can accept another board and you get one, or I can't accept another board. It's as simple as that, right? And it's not a request like, can you send me a board, yes or no? It's just a 24 volt positive and negative value that it detects, and as soon as it switches, it starts running, right? What about what I suggested above? If you had a stretched out bar code going the full length of an open conveyor track, barcode scanner would see if the barcode is blocked. But if I'm putting a barcode scanner on there, I put a camera. If I put a barcode scanner, I have to somehow read the barcode, and I have to then somehow print a barcode on there. Like, that sounds like a much harder problem, a much harder solution to implement and solve. And then what about distortion? Like, how does a barcode reader read the whole barcode? Like, where would it have to sit to do that? I don't need that. I just need a camera. And a camera is simple. And this is solved, right? A camera is solved, right? These are the SPI cameras, and there's already example ESP32 code out there to run them, and I can capture their 10. So I don't think I need the 5 megapixel one. It's got autofocus. It's got different type of focusing and stuff. Oh, Graham, you're going. Catch you later. Hi, Sam. The tracks going to the stepper are running. I haven't routed it yet, Jeff. Like, I have that's what you're seeing there was just left over from other stuff. So yeah, don't worry about the routing right now. Yeah, these also do things like automatically sleep and whatever, blah, 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 which is cool because I don't particularly want to power down the thing like it'll be powered down from mains when I don't need it. But I'm talking about when it's sitting there idle. They say effective pixels is this, but it's not. I think you get, what do you get? You don't quite get 1080p with it. It's a bit lower than 1080p. And about, I think it's 10 or 15 frames a second on an ESP32. But if the barcode, if the PCB could be anywhere on the conveyor, and like my conveyor is like, you know, a meter wide, so how does a barcode help me? Like, again, lots of ways to do things, wagon loads, but the simplest, firstly, barcode reader. Great. I got to get a barcode reader. I have to somehow work out how to connect it to the ESP32, write firmware for it, work out how I'm going to mount it, work out how I'm going to print some type of barcode. It's completely light dependent then. Like, you know what I mean? Like there's way more things to solve on that, which won't give me anything different to sticking a camera on there and detecting that. Yeah, there's not a harsh environment here. Like there's no heat coming to it. There's no dust or whatever else. And they're also fully enclosed cameras, which are pretty cool. So I think the 3 megapixel one would be the better, like will work fine, but I've got one of each coming anyway. Okay, so let's get back to KiCad. So that's what I've got here for second bus. Oops, can't spell. And it's got to be second bus because it needs to run at 8 megahertz. So it completely different speed requirements for what the SPI bus talking to the stepper is. So and I got plenty of I/O, as you can see, lots of I/O. Okay. Yeah. So Jeff was talking about how the power coming through here is close to here. Or that's easily fixed, as I said. After all of this work on the line, what are the chances you won't buy the new stencil printer like you bought the Juki to avoid all these? Well, a new stencil printer won't avoid any of this. Like a new... Hey, Bob. A new stencil printer solves lots of other stencil printing problems, and maybe the feed rate on the line, but still doesn't solve the auto-adjusting of the width, doesn't solve the detection if there's a PCB on there to prevent me from auto-adjusting the width and stuff. So this is all still 100% necessary. Like this is totally separate to wanting another stencil printer. And the truth is, I don't see a new stencil printer in my future at the moment because they're extremely expensive.
Slotty says that's a nice sack. Grinning face.
Thank you. It's a nice sack. Okay, so I need a 6-pin. It's gonna. Why are you over there? On 1x6. It's going to be for a second SPI bus. I'm going to need, I don't know what order there, is there a pin out order for the quick start guide? Maybe on the quick start guide they've got a pin out. Be nice if the pins were the same order. Really? Oh, okay. So VCC ground, okay, cool. Hopefully you can still see that in a moment. S.A.C.C. Really?
Aaron Knox says, "Cian, quick question. Any reason why you wouldn't choose to put 2 motor drivers on your SAC board and control the conveyor track via this B?"
Because I can't. The requirement to control the conveyor movement then requires a second set of 24 volts, opto-isolated. I need to implement SMEMA to be able to talk to the other things on the line. I need to be able to, there's a whole lot of adjustments, speed control, and all sorts of stuff that I want to be able to set, that are set externally. I don't want to be setting those electronically. Yeah, it's a whole different thing. Yeah, a lot of extra work for no gain, because all of that is there. Like, they're all, I don't have to do anything. All my conveyors are set up. Like, I'd have to re-implement all of that stuff to get no benefit from what I've already got on these conveyors. If I was building a conveyor from scratch, that's a different story. But all these conveyors work. All I need to do is have width adjustment. I'm just going to copy these and then rename them. So, yeah, it's just not necessary. So I'm running KiCad 7.10 release, and I don't know about other platforms, on Mac OS, I don't know if you saw that. Whenever I open a dialog for the first time in each session, it beach balls while it waits, and then the dialog appears. And then every time I open it from then onwards, it's instant. But the very first time, every session, every time I launch KiCad, every single dialog beach balls and takes ages to pop up. It's a bit annoying, I have to say. Cam CS. This will be cam master out, cam master in, cam CK. Okay, so we're going to need a footprint on this. Actually, I might already have no, that's okay. Connector JST PH, not PHD, PH 6, no, surface mount. I want sideways. Oh, that's, 1x6. One by 6 horizontal. There we go. I shot down sensors a little while ago. Wouldn't a multi-zone sensor like the... No, hey Patrick, no, where would I put it? Where would I put it that can detect a PCB anywhere on the conveyor that also doesn't sit exactly where the PCB is going to go and interfere with it? And it would have to understand all the ranges. I'd have to teach it. This is what a PCB looks like sensor-wise over here, and then over here, but a longer one will sense differently to a shorter one, and you know what I mean? It's yeah, I don't, yeah, that sounds like a, not a fun thing to have to do. Above. How's above going to help me? It's not a, it doesn't give me a sweep. I'd have to have multiple ones above. Like, what's if I'm there? What's if I'm standing there? What's if I've put something down next to the conveyor. Like, what's if I, yeah, like having it detect a board somewhere. Yeah, I don't think that's I couldn't possibly see how that would work, to be honest. Like, it would be a set of, it would be a whole range of edge cases I'd need to deal with, which just, yeah. And I've got plenty of time of flight sensors here. Like, the issue isn't the sensors. The issue is how I'd actually implement it and have it work. That's a big connector. I guess I could do a vertical one. So I'm doing all these as screw terminals. I don't want to have to stuff around with doing connectors. Much easier just to stick ferrules, whatever they're called, on the ends of the cables and just screw them in. Also got no place for mounting holes at the moment. I'm going to have to make the board bigger. That sucks. I really wanted to keep it to the 50 by 50. I don't know how much bigger I'm going to need to make it. But I put the parts down first and then kind of work it out. So I have to go 4 layers, visual stack up 4, board thickness, probably try to standardize on 1 for all my boards. Sounds my nightmare. PCB is growing in size. It is. Well, it's a cost thing. Whatever. So cost isn't a problem when you're scaling, but these aren't scaling. So, and it means that other people are stuck with 4 layers if they want to do something with this. Like, that's all. It just would have been nice to not do 4 layers. Okay, so if we go, I'm going to duplicate this and make it layer 1, ground. Why not make a Pi hat and use a Pi camera? Firstly, it's not cheaper. Secondly, controlling the steppers from the Pi is not real time. Thirdly, why would I want to put a Raspberry Pi with an operating system inside there for the camera when I can use the camera on the ESP32 perfectly fine? And yeah, like the Pi, and a Pi is way more expensive than putting an ESP32 on there. Like, it wouldn't be cheaper. Like the camera might be $10 cheaper, and everything else would be 4 times the cost. Why? Like, yeah. Raspberry Pi is not a solution for everything. Like, really, microcontrollers are fine. The problem with ESP32s up until now is all the cameras available for them have been shit. Or you can't get a camera that is good or okay unless it comes with the ESP32 built into it, and I don't want that because I want, like, you know what I mean? So, yeah, a Pi is not the solution here. So I actually probably want to go... So now I have to separate the grounds. So if I'm going to separate the grounds in... is there a ground? 2? I've never done 2 grounds this way. There's ground... I don't know what this... I don't know what the different symbols are. If I just do ground 1, what is a non-shit ESP32 cam? Well, they're all those OVL, whatever, cameras, which are really low res and very slow, even though they're using a parallel bus to talk to them. This SPI camera way faster and way higher res. Was thinking about a Pi Zero. It's not doing object detection. I don't need object detection. I don't need TensorFlow. I don't need machine learning. I'm doing a basic image comparison. Here's a stored set of data on what the conveyor, or maybe it takes a photo every time it, or whatever. Stores an image on what an empty conveyor looks like, and then anytime the image doesn't look like that, there's something on there, right? Hey, Monster Mark. Okay, so I do this as ground 2. It's just look up ArduCam Mega. They announced them last year, and yeah, they're pretty cool. Okay, so 24 volts in is also using this. So having never done this before, I'm assuming this is what I need to do. Set up 2 different grounds like this. So these are ground 2. Video noise and lighting changes. But it'll be in the same thing, right? So, as I said, my lighting conditions don't change, well, you know, during production run, during the day, whatever. But I could also always go, hey, Sam, take new photos or whatever. What about inductive sensors like they use for ABL and 3D? Inductive sensors, hey, John, for what? Sorry. Hey, Elias. Watch back. Watch back while I'm using a camera. We've discussed it in length multiple times. Multiple times. So yeah, like dealing with changes. I mean, my lighting in here's the only change of lighting is obviously from the ceiling. When my lights are on, the actual lighting doesn't change that much throughout the day. There's no instantaneous changes of lighting, and we're not talking about. We're talking about at the point of time that I say, hey, Sam, adjust the conveyors, right? So at that point of time, it's not like sitting there taking photos all the time. The camera can be sleeping. It just needs to do it at the time when I say, you know, whatever. Like, so when I turn them on, let's say I'm setting up my line. So everything on my line's off, right? When I'm going to do a production run, I come in, I take my paste out, leave it out for about 45 minutes or an hour, and as I get to like 15 minutes towards that, I turn the line on because there's no point it's sitting on wasting power. 3-phase power is expensive. And I start warming everything up as that's going, as my paste is getting ready. And at that point in time, that's when I would say, when I choose which board I'm about to run, that's when I'll tell Sam, hey Sam, adjust the conveyor, right? And it's at that, so when it gets turned on, as it wakes up, it can take a photo, right? There may be something on the line on one of the conveyors, but I can't recall a time I've left anything on my conveyors, but maybe. And maybe it's already got a stored version, just, you know, on flash of what the image looks like without anything on there. And then that's it. At the point where I say adjust it, it can then look at the conveyor and do a comparison. Like, it's not running this all the time. It doesn't need to. Okay, so that's going to be ground 2, which is not a great name. And create a corner, create a corner. I'll tidy all this up later, but so we'll have the ground here, argument's sake, and then if I swap over the inputs for the 5 volts, so they're on the opposite side, Y, hello. That's another thing they've changed. So if you click on a connect, I don't know when this happened, when you click on this connector, it selects the pin like you either have to be really careful where you click to get the whole connector, or you've got to click in the middle of it, which sometimes work and sometimes doesn't. See this? It's much harder to click on these connectors now than what it was. This is a change that happened sometime between, I've been using 07 up until this point. Sometime between then and 10, this change happened. Anyway, okay, so I'm going to swap those over. So now my grounds should be next to each other. And now I can create another ground. Oops. So with a normal ground. And like in terms of how far apart they need to be and where I connect them and stuff, I guess we'll work that out shortly. Yeah. So again, I'm not bitching about this. Is another KiCad bitching thing. There's a few things I wish they'd fix up. So when I grab this and I pull this down to there to make a corner, there's still 2 control points there. I still have to go in and remove one, which is really annoying. Otherwise, sometimes you get really funky things the way it builds. The same with here. Stuff like this is really annoying. Oops, what am I doing? That one, remove. Okay, I'll clean all that up later. So here's your labels are off. My labels are off. Okay, I don't know which labels are off, but I don't care about labels. Like, why are you talking about labels, John? I'm not doing labels right now. Which labels are we talking about? 5 volt, not %V. Where's %V? Sorry, what? I don't know what %V you're looking at. I have no idea what you're talking about. You're talking about silkscreen labels, or are you talking about component labels? Like, well, not labels, but you're talking about net labels. Okay, I'll keep going. So if they're isolated like this, kind of like this, right? 5 volt and in, yes, silkscreen, yeah. Ignore the silkscreen. Everything's changing. The silkscreen was just there from before. Yeah. We're really not up to silkscreen yet, or worrying about it. So I'm curious. I mean, these don't, yeah, I need these to line up. Like, where would you join these together? Like, clearly, like from a return path point of view, like all the components here have return paths in the ground layer, right? Like on the 5 volt side. So did everyone hear that? Someone is outside my garage door doing something. So how would I join these together? Because they're different. Or are we talking about just keeping the same ground plane names, just isolating it like this? Maybe I should have done that. Is that what we want to do? That probably makes more sense. I shouldn't have changed this to ground 2. Sorry about the noise. If it doesn't stop, I'll go out there in a minute. Okay, it's loud for me. The microphone must be cancelling most of it, which is good. Okay, these are back to normal grounds. Okay, so we're talking about just doing this, right? Like this gives a common ground. And the return is coming through anyway. Like, is that enough? Thank you. Can I do it again? Like how much isolation are we talking about between them? Do we need? Five-volt ground to plane under logic, under driver, connect planes in the middle. Right, that goes against what everyone else was saying, which was connect grounds at the entry, at here. So this is exactly what you just said then, except where it's connected. Why would we connect them in the middle? You need a recording studio light outside. Oh, right. Nah, people here don't care. Trucks coming backing up to my front door. I had a guy parked his truck right at my door the other day, sitting there with the radio going. The truck was off, the radio was going. I thought it was a courier or something. So I went out to say, hey, what is it? He's just sitting there eating his lunch. He just parked his truck outside my factory to have his lunch. Like, I don't get it. Yeah, saying, like, per Robert, it doesn't help me. Like, I'm pretty sure his example was not for 5 volt, 3.3 volt microcontroller and a stepper driver next to it on the same small board. Like, his would have been isolation for other stuff. Right, which is what I've done. So these are all the same. Now, if I... Oh, why is that funky color? What's gone on to my... zones? Yeah, that's a bit weird. Okay, so that's how I've got it right now. Right. You're lost on my circuit objective. What do you mean? There's a microcontroller running a stepper driver. Stepper driver side's 24 volts. Microcontroller side's 5 volts coming in, 3.3 volt logic. And I'm trying to minimize noise on the limit switches and on whatever other sensors, whatever else, by trying to do some isolation. I've got an isolated power supply. Not that it helps much, because I need a common ground. So what do I need here? Like, how thick? Am I better off joining it together, like chunky joined together? Oh, KiCad. Like, am I better off just doing that? Like, how much do I need? I'll know straight away if it's working or not, because if I don't need the filtering anymore on the limit switches, then it solved it, right? Looks like an annoying fuse to replace. Oh, the trace. Of course I have them linked together. How can they not be linked together? They're common ground. They're common ground, but the idea is to link them as little as possible. Honestly, the PCB setup, stepper on one side and digital on the other, you don't need two planes. If you're concerned around ground currents at the top of the PCB, just put a margin down the center of the ground plane. 2/3. Well, that's what this basically is, right? Is a margin down the center. I'm curious to know how wide, or at this point it doesn't really matter. As I mentioned before, I've already, on my Otis controller board, there is no separation on ground, and the noise I was getting was very minor, and I fixed it with filtering. So, if I'm designing a new board, anything I can add to it to improve that, I'll do. But I get that at the end of the day, they're joined anyway, so they're common anyway. But my understanding is the return path, for instance, on this trace here, the return path on that trace there can't bridge across that, right? So that's what I'm trying to achieve. Though whether that really helps with the noise or not, I don't know, right? So how wide is that, out of curiosity? Right. It's only 2 millimeters, 2.2 millimeters. Okay, so if we accept that that's good, then it's a shame that I can't do a 3-layer board. Yeah, well, the 24-volt return ones now is like that whole ground plane coming to here. So, yeah. I really wish I had a place to stick mounting holes. I don't really want to stick a mounting hole there right in front of the screw terminal. Okay. So got a nice beefy 24-volt line. Can't there be two separate supplies and only connect the two sides data pins? We discussed that earlier. So I need to put in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 optocouplers and resistors. Like, it's not worth it. It's not that I don't want to add components, it's that I don't think it's necessary. Like, if I'm looking at what I've already got and the issues I'm having with what I've already got, which are minor, I don't really need the clock, the 16 megahertz clock. I don't particularly want to run a clock off an IO though, so it might just be easy to leave it. Optocouplers for this application. Yeah, it's overkill. But I really want the crystal to be sitting on the other side. And I don't know how I'm going to do that, where I'm going to put it. But I have to make the board wider. So I don't know where I'm sticking half this stuff. Recommend picofarad capacitor to the right at the pad for the MCU if those lines are picking up anything. For which pins? For all of them? Just reduce noise going through like the limit switches and stuff. I just want to reduce noise. So you're talking about like sticking like to decouple, technically decoupling these signal lines. Hey Photo Chromax. And then like anywhere where I've got a or just on the limit switches. Right. Okay. Yeah. Can do that. I also want to stick some resistors on there. $100 picofarad. What a trying to think what I've got in stock. What about a 10 nanofarad? Still too big? Next, well, I don't know, what's the next value up? I mean, I've got really, I've got, you know, stacks of sub 10 picofarad, stacks, but I've got nothing. Oh, I've got some 220 picofarad. I've got 220 picofarads. I can put those, I'll do those. Okay. Yep. Assuming it's induction, don't know. Oh, really? I thought I grabbed the label. Ground. Why do I have such long traces on these ground things? Okay. Ah, good one. Wrong one. Hey, Hubba Bubba. Hubba Europe. Yep. That's Hubba Bubba. Bubblegum. Yeah, that's really not. Hubba Booa. So motor control, I already have spike suppressor diodes. I doubt it. They're little stepper boards. Okay. So I should also put the pull-ups and pull-downs up there, but I don't know where. I'm gonna have to move this out to somewhere. Um. Okay. Hey, Johan. Okay, so hey, Yuz. How you doing, bub? Nope. Okay. I still don't know where I'm going to fit all this stuff in. It needs to really go over here more. Watching me do lines, yeah. Here there are. No, I'm not even going to say it. No, nope, nope. I want to limit the directions all the wires have to go. The idea was to only have two directions, the wires coming from this way and coming from that way. Hey, Pro Engineer. I guess if I had this way and out that way, like I could change this and this to vertical, but I could also change the USB connector to vertical actually. But if it's in a case, it's going to get hard to get to. So you want some magic smoke? No. I prefer not today. Thanks. Had a rough day yesterday. No magic smoke yesterday, but just had to. So I turn on my oven in the morning. Heat it up for a low temp run of some stuff, and through whatever reasons, blah blah blah, changed my mind and assembled the Laser Shark boards, a panel of Laser Shark boards, and forgot that the oven was set low, put normal lead-free paste on, built them, ran it through the oven, and of course they didn't reflow, but they burnt off all the flux. So I had to put it through the oven again anyway. I couldn't separate the boards because things hadn't reflowed properly. I had to raise the temperature and put it through again. And then I had to go and rework a bunch of parts on there, flux them and heat them up, which I did, and I cleaned them and they came out beautifully and they work and they're spotless. But frustrating. So after that, yesterday, I really don't want to. You can't drag this and keep them connected because you can drag an individual item. So this is like here, if I hit D, I can move that around and keep it connected. But this I can't because I want all this stuff to move with it. So if I move this, see that? So, and if I want everything to move with it, you can't then drag, you have to just do a move. And a move will disconnect. So if I hit D, can't do it. See that? I just lost my selection. So, yeah, you can't do it in KiCad, which is a bit annoying. It'd be nice. I don't even think you can do it even if it's grouped. What's if I was to put that next to it? Yeah, Bitlinear's on tomorrow. I'm sure he'll break something for you. I hear that's being improved tonight. Yeah, that'd be great if it is. We actually want that to be a bit closer because I need the USB to stick over slightly. So if that goes about there, that's going to, oops, too much. That's going to free up a bit of space. Can I get mounting hole there as well? So I went to there. If I move this. Oh, look at that. See, I just did a drag on that one and it disconnected. Oh. Looks not letting me connect it. Come on. Weird. Oh, have I got... Oh, that's because that's CC2. That's why it's disconnected. They're not even in the right spot. Isn't that frustrating? Frustratingly annoying. Maybe I'll put them over here. It's a bit ugly, but... Ugh. Yeah, don't do that. Oh no. Hey Gaston, in a stream, but obviously my curiosity got the better of me. What is S.A.C.C? Secret Acronym Creative Creation. What is S.A.C.C, everyone? God, look what it's doing. Oh my god. Anyway. Oh, what? Oh. Yeah, come on, KiCad. Really? Sometimes it gets this really well. I've got two traces here. That should be one trace now. Yeah, okay. No, still not one. How can it not be one trace? Look, it's one trace, but if I try to move it... Oh! I gotta say, I spend way too much time having to deal with... What the hell? Having to deal with stuff like this. It's just frustrating. I don't understand why. Whatever. Strategic Air Command. No. It stands for, are you making single-sided, 100% single-sided PCB? You never make a double-sided PCB unless you absolutely 100% have no choice. Did you have, Eagle was worse. But just sometimes KiCad just does some silly things like that. Just sometimes. So will that fit? Maybe. Oh god, it's not even on. What? Eagle is not worse, it just works. It says conveyor controller in KiCad. Yes, it's SAM automated conveyor controller. So it's a conveyor controller for my conveyors that I'm building. Sorry, not the conveyors I'm building, for my conveyors that is controlled by my SAM project. And why can't I select connected? Oh my god. What is going on? KiCad is somehow okay, lost the connection from my pads to things. Getting rid of that bottom ground. Okay. And it selected the bottom. Really struggling with KiCad today. I wonder why. It knows I've been bitching. I think that's what it is. It just knows. Sounds aging children creators. Yeah. I don't think so. Okay, maybe I can get a thing there. Okay, so where am I going to put these? I still don't have any front-facing sides for... So I'm going to have to change these connectors. I can't just change the foot... I'm going to have to also change the pinout. Just, stemmer, nope. So make that a vertical. I have to check the pins on it. That goes over here. Now I can move the nano over. Oh, this is going to be a pain. No! Turn that layer off. Inner layer's off. So I move that over, gives me more separation. I can move the crystal back. I still can't fit this in. I can move the power over.
Aaron Knox says, with that Aducam and the S32, can you get a live video stream with that setup?
Absolutely you can. I'll show you. This is a really terrible video. Turn it down. It's a really hard to understand anything that she says. But they show the video go. They show the camera going. So that's just using SPI on a. Look at that dint. It's just a regular ESP32. And they flash it with the example code, and they're just using an app to talk to it, but you can, whatever. So that's doing, that was 320 by 240 video, I think. Capture size and video size. But yeah, you can stream, that's streaming audio, streaming video, but that's streaming through serial. I mean, you could do it through whatever. There's no data sheet for the Nano S3. What do you mean data sheet? Nano S3 is my product. Like there's not a data sheet for it. There's a website. There's a product page for it on my website. Some of mine have been dented too. Wonder if it happens before or after they sold it on the cage. Really? I've never had a dented one. Well, I guess it depends where you buy your stuff from, but I've never had a dented one. Yeah. Okay. So that puts back on that side.
Aaron Knox says that picture looked surprisingly decent.
Yeah, well that was 320 by 240 and I don't know what the frame rate was. Yeah, go to the product page. There's a link to the stuff on GitHub. Or just go to my GitHub /ESP32S3. Okay. Do I have any vertical? So I've got plenty of 6-pin sideways, like horizontal connectors. I don't think I've got any vertical. I could buy some, I guess. This vid. What? I guess a mod has to post a link to the shop. Really? You can't go to unexpectedmaker.com? Like, it's almost as easy to work out as google.com. Do I really have to post a link to my shop on my channel? That's kind of, that's crazy. Okay, let me just hook these up. Thanks, Aaron. Look at that. Really? Look what KiCad chooses to do. What the? Sometimes you're drunk, KiCad. But the thing. Oh, put that the wrong way around. What? That was the wrong. Interesting. Yeah, that should have been after anyway. What is here? Okay, anyway. Can I fit that in now? Yes. Yes, I can. Except I want to put a label in front of it. I'm going to need some more room to put a label in front of it. Hey Lucian. Well, so I'm assuming it would be way better for you to not answer all the... Oh, I don't mind answering the questions and stuff. I definitely find it easier to design and route boards when I'm not streaming, for sure. The same with programming. 100%. But that's okay. Like, I enjoy streaming, so I like the community contact. As I think I mentioned on my AMA stream, like it gets a bit lonely in here by myself all the time. What is that? 0.45. Chunky. Okay. So that gives me the room to get that on, and pretty sure my was 8 and 9. They're over there. Right, so I can probably even get that. Put this in here. So I need 3 volts, 3.3 volts to there. Really? So do I want to do I've got 4 layers now, I might as well stick a 3.3 volt in here, and then I don't have to worry about routing 3.3 volts everywhere. I don't think it's worth doing that for the 24 volts. What do I need with 3.3 volts all the way down there. Okay, so now I don't need any of that at all, because I've got 3.3 volts. Okay, so I'm pretty sure they are wrong. The pin out now, because I changed the connector, and they are reversed. The horizontal and vertical are reversed. Learned that one the hard way, didn't I, Keen, if you're watching, which I don't think you are. Let's go reference the Feather S3. There's a Feather S3 for my vertical. It should be a ground 3.3, ground and 3.3. Wait, what orientation is that? Up. Right, so ground is the wrong way around right now. So they need to be swapped. Okay. That is better. You're not at that. Go away.
Aaron Knox says, suppose the stemma connector being I2C, you could hook up a light stack for status indication.
Right, so one of the things I don't have on the list here, but I meant to add was, I thought I did. Oh no, here, add no, that's for limit switches. Was to add maybe RGB light or something for status, but I could also have Sam tell me the status. So the reason I actually put I2C here was to, my thought was, if I do want to add, for whatever reason, some form of time of flight sensor or something later, I could do that. That was my thought process behind having it, but also just for whatever. I mean, it gives me the ability to put any type of module. I could stick an I2C OLED or something, right? I don't know. I'd rather have it on there, even if I don't populate it, than not. Okay, so we've got SPI bus. I haven't picked the pins yet. And we've got limit switches, and I still wouldn't mind sticking some LEDs on here to be able to visualize the limit switch status. Okay, I got to sort all this out. I've got 5 volts in. Oop. Turn that off. Please run. Put an LED there, at least the footprint. Yeah, I will. LED and a resistor. Yeah, I will. It's on my list. It's over here. Add LEDs to limit switches for visual display. What does tomorrow look like? Oh, hello, Collinator. What does tomorrow look like? It's seems to be nice, but it seems to be a bit noisy outside. Okay, that's an LED and resistor for the 5 volt input, so I can see if it's where it's coming from. I don't really need that. Why not 4.5 in there? Let's add 4.5. No, not 4.5, 0.45. I've done that a few times actually. 4.5 millimeters. Do you know how big the trace would be at 4.5 millimeters? It would be insane. Insane. Insane in the membrane. Boy, I need another coffee. So I've lived without this for a really long time, right? It's not like I'm in any particular hurry to get this done. But, that said, that looks ugly. That said, I'm quite happy to get it in there and get it going. Like, I pulled it all apart yesterday. And I kind of wish I hadn't, because I would have used it yesterday.
Nasim says hello chat and hey Hisham.
Hey Nasim. Hey Hisham. Not that I had any way to actually set it yet, but interesting. I've done the diode and then the cap. It's just a 10 microfarad 0603, but here I put the cap and then the diode. What do you reckon? Should the filtering be before or after the diode? I just want some reverse protection. I don't want to backfeed either. Definitely the USB. I want to be able to have them both powered at the same time. Hey Austin. No, I'm still here. Still going.
Aaron Knox says shame about the Astrobotic NASA Peregrine Mission 1 news. Looks like no moon landing this time round.
I have no idea what you're talking about, Aaron. I haven't been following any news on that. So I'm assuming that fail. Was there an explosion? Did it go up in flames? Really, I wish this was 65. I don't like odd numbers. 65. We know what's... Isn't Elvis on the moon, though? I mean... So, I don't know if you can see the constraint here. HV45. So when constraint is on, it's great. It constrains movement when you're moving things around, but it also prevents snapping. So, excuse me, I want to grab this corner here and snap it to there, and I can't. I can move it constrained, but see I can't snap it. But if I turn it off, I can then click on it. See it snaps? I don't understand why I can't snap. It's really annoying that it can't do both. But anyway. Why is that different height? Interesting. When did I move that? Why 50? Why doesn't that align? I know it's getting bigger, but if I put that back, if I move it off, oh right, because I must have resized it when I moved it. There we go. Sorry, my bad. So I don't know if you saw that. If one end's connected, if that end's connected and I move this one, see it resizes the arc. You see this? I didn't want to resize the arc. So to stop it from resizing the arc, I got to move it off so nothing's connected. And then I need to move it back on. So now the arc hasn't resized, it's just shifted. And now I can do that. So now we should have, yeah. So it's currently 50 by 65 now. Nice even numbers. Diode before cap. This way cap working voltage will be saved by some V drop given the diode. Yep, okay. Double click the line and see if the X or Y has the same value. Yeah, no, I knew that it was, I knew what the problem was. It was the resizing. I didn't.
Aaron Knox says successful launch. S.A.C.C craft lost propellant en route to the moon, meaning not possible to land the lunar lander. Apparently the payload incorporated.
Payload included DNA ashes from... Oh, no way. So they've lost it? They can't get it back either? They can't land it or get it back? That sucks. Yeah, that's sad. Okay, 65. Weird shaped board. Okay, so... It's gone. Yeah, that's a shame. Okay. Just reconnecting these. Oops. I don't need that. I do need that though. But I might do that on the bottom layer now. What? I mean, I could bring the 3.3 volt over, but I don't really need to. So I might just leave it like that and keep it isolated. Okay, so just need that. Don't even need that there. Oh, I don't have 45. Come on. Let's do a nice 45 here. Because why not? Smack in the middle. Okay, so oh my gosh. Select connected. No! Really struggling with KiCad today, as I said. I'm not quite sure why. Okay, so that's just a 16 megahertz clock source. Is it bad to use via on the power lines? No, not really. Depends what it's feeding, what it's for. So this is not... This is power for the I/O, right? The VCC I/O on this is so it doesn't have a regulator on board to do 3.3 volts for the I/O, and it doesn't know if your I/O is 3.3 volts or 5 volts or whatever else. I definitely need some more coffee. Well, the answer, Jay says yes, but, and my answer is no, but. The but is it depends what it is. If it's you're actually supplying power, right? Well, you don't want to be jumping through layers if you don't need to, right? Added inductance and stuff, but it really depends. So in this case, it's yeah, I don't really have a problem. And the fact is, it's coming from. I mean, I could just do this, right? I mean, Jay says yes, but, and the fact is, anywhere that you've got a multi-layer board, like 4-layer board with a power plane, you're putting power through vias, right? And that happens everywhere. So it's not really a problem. But that trace I did just then, what I could do instead is on this layer, I could just do this, right? I've already got that independent layer, and I might just take it. No, that's fine, right? So now I'm not going to the signal layer. I'm keeping the 3.3 volts on the same layer, right? And taking it through here, which is effectively not jumping anywhere. It's jumping out to there, and it's jumping out to there. And that's fine. About an amp. What? Yeah, I do not make double-sided boards unless I absolutely have no choice. And I absolutely have a choice, so therefore I'm not doing a double-sided board. People that do double-sided boards because they can are people, no offense, who don't do their own production and don't understand the ramifications of doing their own production and doing double-sided. Right? Almost. Except for component density, and I'm sure lots of other things that you'll all correct me on, but there are very few double-sided boards that can't be solved in a single-sided board, I believe. For the type of, anyway, for everything I'm doing with, right? So that's a very general statement. But you know what I mean. So these can all actually be top layer now. Without vias. Look. There's total waste putting a double-sided board together. Look at those stupid. These are just leftover grounds. They're not supposed to be there. Vias can be so annoying to play sometimes. KiCad has been really weird with net names for me. Yeah, I've had accidentally touched a via with a trace or vice versa, and it renamed my vias on the fly without asking me, which is annoying. Sure, but at the end of the day, it's totally accepted practice to use vias for power, because look, I mean, you know, Tira back when they did support double-sided boards. 0 ohm resistors is helpful. Okay, so that's I've been apart from the SPI bus. So I need to pick now SPI bus pins for bus 2. And of course I need to ground planes, ground wires, stitching wires and stuff. And need to switch this around. So that's going to be before. That's going to be after. Not sure I need another cap there then, but anyway. Right, that's got to go there. Just realised I did that wrong. I should leave that.
J. Rogozinski says hello.
Hello. Consideration higher when doing art. Sure. Doing anything that's high frequency. Absolutely, but it's again, you don't shy away from using. Oh my God, using wires on power, like unless you have a specific reason not to. Like you don't make a
J.
blank.
Rogozinski says a couple people had questions.
Yeah. Okay. Quick question: as you are my mentor, what? I shouldn't be anyone's mentor. I should be no one's mentor. Troubles with SMD tombstones? No, I don't have. No, if the pads are right and the amount of paste is right, you shouldn't be getting tombstones. It's yeah. If you're just sticking to standard, well, I shouldn't say sticking to standard footprints for your stuff because I don't stick to. I mean, I use most. Actually, I started using KiCad ones now for new projects, but I spend a lot of time refining my own. Yes, I should. Yes, you should. I should what? Be someone's mentor? No. Okay, whatever. Anyway, we don't even need to discuss that. That's a big no. Yeah, if you're getting tombstones, you need to look at your paste, your wetting of your paste, your placement of your parts. If you've got too much paste, they can pull, like surface tension will pull. If you're hand placing, you've got to make sure you push the part and squish it into the paste. You don't just sit it on top, because then whichever side, like if you've got a lot of thermal mass on one side of a component compared to another side, like you've got more ground plane in that area, that pad will heat up slower, and the other one will heat up faster. Surface tension will pull it, and it could make the component tombstone. So yeah, pad sizing and shape, and the amount of paste you're putting down. There are so many things it could be. Raylan said, devise auto size to the trace width you put it on. No, you pick the. Unfortunately, I mean, well, I wouldn't want it to anyway. But yeah, you set your fixed sizes. You don't want to have auto sizing wires because you don't want to be just having an arbitrary drill size that the fab house has to change their drill bit. There's nothing worse than submitting a board and there's like 9 different drill sizes, right? Because that's a problem for the fab house. Like you don't want to, like the whole methodology that it's not my problem, it's someone else's problem, let the fab house deal with it. You shouldn't, right? Anything that you give the fab house that is harder or more steps or more prone to issues, then just don't do it. Like try to always remove that out of the process. unless you have a very specific reasons, like for things like RF and stuff, where you want to have vias at a very particular size to remove inductance and stuff, you don't want to cause heartache. Just like you don't want to design boards that are hard to assemble, because what you're doing is screwing the manufacturer, the assembly house. And if that happens to be you're screwing yourself. Don't do it. I actually made a video. I haven't released it. I've only half edited about this exact thing for my my bling boards. For my bling boards, double-sided bling boards, insanely stupid double-sided bling boards, right? And it's production line stuff. I'll get it out if I can. Right, you pay for the number of drills with JLC, for instance, but I'm sure with some fab houses, the more different size drill bits they have to switch out, the more they might charge you. So yeah, try to standardize. I standardize on most of my boards with only one drill size, with only one via size, although, I used to. Most of my newer boards now will have, if they've got RF on them, they'll have larger vias around the RF area. The larger the via, the larger the hole, the less inductance you're going to have. So, but that then still does only two sizes. And if I'm doing two sizes anyway, I will then use that larger size for power vias as well. So I generally have the two sizes, and as you can, that's not the two sizes I'm using. Maybe. Don't know about here. The point is, if you have 0.5mm trace and a tiny via on there, it's killing the purpose of the wide trace. Not really. That's not true. That's not how it works. And again, I think who was it that did video? Robert might have done a video, but someone else. So there was. I remember watching a specific video about this, and about was it John Oxo was talking about it? John Oxo was talking about it on one of his streams. Yeah, no, it's not how it works. Because you're talking about a 3D thing going through the board compared to a 2D trace. And you're talking about a very thin trace of copper, but thin as in height. And the size, the surface area of the trace, the flat trace, compared to the surface area of the via, you get way more surface area on the via than you do on the trace, which means a smaller via does not affect the trace like you think it does. Right, the width of a hole is actually the circumference, which is way more surface area going through. Right, well, it depends on how short, thin, one, long. Right, it depends on your resistance, right? But in terms, yeah, you're not sticking a small via. You don't think that way, Wagon. Like, that's not how it works. Like, your thought process shouldn't be, what via size do I need to match this trace? Because the maths is not like that. Yeah. You set via size for, I'm sure there are other reasons, but you set via size primarily for inductance and stuff like that than you do for trying to match the resistance or capability throughput of a particular trace, right? And if you're right about that, there is just no reason in the world why you can't do this. Honestly. Oops, wrong way. You know what I mean? Okay, wrong size trace, but whatever. Yeah. Are you using standard footprints for SMD parts or make your own ones? For me, I'm making my own following. I made my own based on my manufacturing requirements, which obviously has changed over time. So I used to use, because of the equipment I used to use and the reflowing I used to use and my stenciling and everything when I first started, right, it was all subpar, but whatever, it was what it was. My footprints, shapes and sizes were tailored to my capabilities of manufacturing at the time, which absolutely cannot be IEEE standards or I-spec standards, whatever, because their standards are based on industry equipment, not Chinese and manual stenciling and manual blah 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 whatever else, right? So, but my things have evolved over time. There's no way I could have taken these KiCad footprints that are in here today and manufactured with them on my early Charm High and stenciling and stuff. But now my line is completely to spec in terms of standards, like in terms of equipment and stuff, right? Like in terms of being able to set things, like, you know, when a paste manufacturer says, you know, you need to, you know, be able to put this much pressure on the paste with a squeegee of an angle of this, with a speed of this. Well, I could never do that before, but I can now. And so because I can now, I can guarantee to get the exact amount of paste as per these specifications, which means I can use the exact footprints per specification. Does that make sense? But I still use custom footprints for a lot of stuff. I think a lot of the footprints are over large on their pads and stuff. I don't worry about the density stuff, sizing either. What stencil thickness are you working with? Most of mine are 100 or 120. Never gone bigger than 120. It depends what you're using. So you do it to the smallest component. And, you know, well, I got way smaller than 0402 now, unfortunately, like in terms of pad size and stuff. So, yeah, you got to mean, yeah, all of mine are 120 or lower. I'm just reading backwards if I missed anything else. I don't think so. Okay, so what pins am I going to use for here? I've got 1, 18, 17, 16 and 15 free. 18, 17, 16, 15. That looks good to me. Let's do 18, 17, 16 and 15 for here. In which order? CS is on the top. Okay, so 3, 4, duplicate. Should be able to drop those on just like that. Hopefully. I got those lined up right. I did. Look at that. Yay! No worries, mate. No worries. Have a good sleep. Yeah, go to bed. Have a sleep. Always happy to answer questions. If you're on my Discord, like, yeah, you can ask on there. Lots of smart people on there too. You can also answer questions. But please don't use me as a mentor. Yeah. I was, yeah. Other than, here's a list of things you should never do. Okay. Yeah, I like Robert's video. He has interesting guests. I was supposed to be one of them. Robert reached out to me wanting to do a video. I chickened out and I never followed up. I had a chat with him about it, and then he didn't realize that I was not a trained EE, but he was still keen to chat with me, like to do a video. But I don't know. The people that watch his stuff and the type of people that he interviews and talks about stuff, I just didn't feel like that was a space that I was going to, actually. The blue one here is interchangeable. Oh, that's Wait, I did a red one. So the blue one here is interchangeable. That's blue. But the resistor I used is... so there's a 0603. Oh, and the other reason is I think I've only got 0805 pink. I need to make that... Wait, is that... Oh, no, that's 0603. I did change it to 9. Yeah, I have to change it to 0805. Lots of people made custom ESP breakout boards, wagon loads. Like you search on the internet, search on YouTube, and there'll be many. Many. Okay. Oh, the only problem now is I've got the resistor is 4. That's okay. And I've got 2 capacitors here now, so I probably don't need 2. Although I guess I could always do a double. I could make one of them a wait, what size are you? 603. Yeah, I could do one of them at a 1 microfarad. Okay, what is going on? I might actually do that. So I'll do a 10 and a 1 if I put them both there. And oops, grab the wrong thing. So anyway, I could always chase him up again if he's interested in doing it. Yeah. There's a lot of info.
Knox says, how many times has that noise caused you a premature boxer short changing session?
Rich noise. I didn't hear any noise. Was there a noise? I'm almost used to all the noises here now. Like the issue is when as I said, trucks or whatever, people outside. That's the most annoying part. I'm really putting these here for aesthetics. Okay. We should do a 45 on this one. What do you reckon? I like 45s. Oops. 45-degree components. Sexy. Yeah. Whatever. Really? Little stubborn snobby thing. Yeah. Digging up the road. Okay, so I think this is everything routed. Probably do we want more capacitance than this? I don't know if we need more. Let's run DRC first time. Probably forgotten something. Oh, what? Oh, on my silk screen. Yeah, ignore. Drill out of range. Oh. Haha. Oh, what the hell? Oh, right. It's not set up for a 4-layer board. So import. Because there was a 2-layer board. Different KiCad. Always go to my S3. Whoop, whoop. Careful what I show. Import. Okay. Cool. Let me just delete that for the moment. Okay, that should be a bit better. 5. Clearance. Okay, that's 1. Whoops, where'd the thing go? Be great if there was a tick box to say keep in front. Perhaps you could get favours from KiCad and JLC or whatever for mentioning them. Well, don't get any favours from JLC, and I don't need favours from KiCad. I mean, I owe them favours. Yeah, there's as you'll see, I've got silk screen all in bad places, so we're not going to worry about the silk screen issue right now. That doesn't need to be in there. Oops. Okay, it's for my carrier board. And I don't, that's to be able to solder it from underneath, which we don't need. Okay, so let me just get all the silk screen out the way so they won't error. I'll clean them up later. Later. Yeah. What's that error? Oh, silk screen. Okay. So what about this? Run. They could bump your requests. I don't. Hey Mitchell. Oi. I don't have any requests, and the KiCad team are great. If you got issues, you report them. And oh right, these have got edit H. Oh. Why is it selecting that? Delete, save, edit footprint. Okay, I'm just deleting the silk screen for those. I don't need silk screen on them, and they're in the way. Run. Yeah, the KiCad folks are really responsive. If you've got issues, you report them. Right, I don't have ground wires anywhere. So, and they should actually be interesting. They should be ground. I wonder why they're not. Wait, what's in here? Shield. Oh, should be grounded. Yeah. And there's no such thing as favours from JLC. The best you can get from JLC is for them to not screw your boards up every time you order them. And that doesn't happen very often. Okay, so we've got no errors. Save. Bet you if I try to view this 3D, it's going to crash. Did it crash? Oh, it didn't crash. And there's a nano, but I don't know anything else. So that's what the board looks like. But I don't have any 3D models for a bunch of things. I haven't set them up.
Mitchell R says you prepped it to crash, so it won't happen.
Oh, I get crashes all the time with 3D model preview. There must be just some models I'm using sometimes that just have got some type of corruption in them. Oh, I didn't add LEDs for the limit switches indicators, so I should do that. But otherwise, that's the board. I wish I could make it smaller. And it needs to be neatened up. It's not very neat. Okay, so I need LEDs. LED on the limit switches. So and oh wait, did I do the wrong one? No, I don't. They're 0603.
Mitchell R says please fix the label alignment when you do the cleanup.
Oh, absolutely. I just put this tilt screen where they are to have it not throw DRC errors. I'll fix them later. Yeah. Tilt screen is the last thing. While I'm still moving components around, last thing I want to do is align tilt screen. And I also have to align components. Like right now, you folks aware about what I just did? I'll show you again. So,
Aaron Knox says interested to know where your obsession with making things small comes from. I love your dedication to making things small and neat. You're at.
I could tell you, but you won't like the answer. So I'm just gonna. I'll show you what I did again. So there's no wire here, right? There's no net wire, and sure, easy to make one. I can click there, right click, finish, right? But any component you can add and drag, and it'll create a net, right? Including a label. So if I go and duplicate this label, if I stick this label here on there, that is now that label. And if I move it, like any component, it generates a net. I'm not sure if you're aware of that. It's a massive time saver. I use it all the time. So my answer to that is, and I'm going to preface this by apologizing to everyone in the electronics industry. Okay. So my initial exposure to electronics, I'm not talking about way back, pulling apart Commodore 64s and stuff. I'm not talking about that, right? I'm not talking about back in the day where it was pre-surface mount and components were big and chunky and whatever. No, you don't need a beeper. So when I started playing with electronics, again, like microcontrollers and stuff, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, most of the stuff I looked at had my initial opinions, right? Most of the stuff I looked at was either what I called older school chunky stuff. Wasn't necessarily all through hole. There was surface mount on there, whatever else. But you looked at the board and it looked like the board was built for your utility, not for aesthetics, right? Which is absolutely nothing wrong with. Nothing wrong with that, even for boards that are visual, like that you can see that aren't enclosed in something. But they're clearly built for utility, not for aesthetics, right? They don't look balanced. Whether they're neat or not, whatever. Maybe they're like that because they have to be for a whole bunch of reasons, electrical, isolation, electrically, whatever, blah, 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 blah. But they look, yeah. And then there was, the more surface mounty type boards and stuff that to me looked way more appealing anyway. I don't enjoy hand soldering much. But I love the aesthetic look of surface mount over through hole. But most of the stuff I was looking at, just if I think of surface mount like a little city, like I look at a board, right, where all of the parts on there are like, it's like looking down, it's like a little city, right? And that's what it is. Like you've got, here's a whole bunch of buildings connected together with roads and stuff. I know it's a stupid analogy, right? Well, think about here's a city that was done where they spent a lot of time in town planning, working out a really nice layout to optimize the flow and layout to make it all whatever. People got to live there, so it's aesthetically pleasing. Or here's a city that started off this big and then grew and grew and grew and grew and grew with no plan, and now it looks like chaos. Most of the electronic designs I looked at looked like chaos. They didn't look, you know what I mean? And I just thought to myself, but like why? Like, why can't what I design also aesthetically please me as well as be functional? So, Sure, but that's because wagon loads, right? But that's what you were using, right? I'm not talking, but yeah, like people still today, like I look at like this, I look at my Laser Shark board, right, and I'm infuriated. Well, firstly, I couldn't find reasonably priced surface mount. Let me just change this. I couldn't find reasonably priced surface mount connectors, XH connectors, that I trusted would work, right? That weren't like 70 cents each or whatever. So there is some through hole on there. But I'm infuriated that I have to use capacitors that are that size to get what I need. Like, I look at this board, I hate...
Aaron Knox says, so give an example of a third-party sexy board in your opinion. That's not Apple.
I off the top of my head, I have no idea. I'd have to look at some stuff now. I don't spend my time looking at other people's boards, right? I don't keep lists of, oh, that's a nice looking design, not a nice looking design, right? I don't think this is an overly nice looking design, but this is as nice as I can get it. Oops, upside down. Nice as I can get it for a functional board, right? Where I try to keep, all of the diodes and LEDs and resistors and everything for the controlling the laser colors. Everything's nicely neat in rows, and you know what I mean? And I try to make that as aesthetically pleasing as I can, but will always be put off by this whole section, down here, right? Yes. But that it is what it is. I don't have a choice, right? Anyway, I don't even remember. What was the question? Oh, catch you later, Dave. Dave going. Odessa, you're probably already gone. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's what I like aesthetically really has no bearing on what's correct electronically. You cannot shrink caps as long as you need capacitance, right? Or like I feel with electrolytics, like there's been so much advancement in other areas of electronics that I don't know. Maybe those caps are overkill. Actually, I don't even need them on the board, surprisingly. I can pull those caps off, and I was worried about because I'm using the 15 volts plus or minus, so it's a 30 volt swing of the power supply coming in, and I was just worried, about noise coming through onto the rest of the board. It turns out there's none. I can pull the caps off and it's fine, but I wasn't sure about the quality of the power supplies, so that's why I did it. People like that would be unspeakable things while looking at board hub. What?
Aaron Knox says, is this why you're reluctant to attempt S.A.C.C, or is that a 2024 challenge?
Oh, I would absolutely have no problems designing one. I have no illusions that it would ever work. and I'm not, and SBCs are a whole different ball game. Like it's, and even if I managed to build some hardware that even a little bit worked, maybe, probably not. Who's going to write? Like, who's going to support it? Like, who's going to port Linux to it? Who's going to work on the kernel stuff? Who's going to, like, unless I'm just literally copying someone else's design, that I can just take a Linux distro, a specific Linux distro, and it'll just work on it. But that's not designing an SBC, is it? That's just cheating. Yeah, and also, like, there are other things I'd rather, that I still want to, don't ask me what, still want to learn. Do one. What colors am I going to do these for the limit switches? Green and yellow. Let's do green and yellow, just to keep them different.
Mitchell R says ping.
I don't know if you can't get 0402. Well, I've not found 0402 pink. I'm going to do pink over here. But it's actually on this one, but they actually need to be 0805 now. That's got to be an 0805. Wait. Yeah. If I'm going to do pink. No, actually, that's interesting. I thought I changed that. I'm going to be hand assembling them anyway, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, update. Whoop. USB-C would have to fill a need. Yeah, it would have to be something that... Yeah. By the way, I might have ordered some little tiny haptic motors. Just saying. Wonder what I could use them for. Tiny S.A.C.C, yeah, it doesn't do anything though. And the fact is, like, with the whole can run Linux on ESP32 and with the P4 coming and stuff, like, you know, yeah. Maybe I will make an S.A.C.C in the future, but it's not a standard S.A.C.C. It's a board that just can run Linux very well. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not interested in building a computer. Just really not. You know, unless it's Mac OS compatible, it's just not worth it. Wow. Ducks for cover. Okay. So,
Mitchell R says Tinaris.
Says what? Oh, Tiny OS. The way it said it, Tin OS is what I heard. Okay, something like this. I need to stick labels. Oh my god. Oh no. That's big. Stop bragging. What? Yeah. Christian's elite. Elite. Okay, so... So is that...
Aaron Knox says I heard tinnitus.
Have I been going 3 hours? What? When did that happen? And I've not had a second coffee. I didn't even finish my first coffee. And... I had 3 hours sleep last night. And I had 4 hours the night before. And I'm wide awake. And I got a board done. So have we done everything? LEDs to the limits, yes. Hookup standard QT, yes.
Mitchell
Separate
R
ground
says
regions,
someone
yes.
call the coffee police.
And camera bus. I did them all. I mean, the labels need to be done. But that's everything, and it passes.
John Clayton says
DLC.
Tiny OS.
Tiny OS. Yes. Phonemims. Okay, so... I've got no ground... Like, I need to fix all the grounds. I've got no ground stitching, really, anywhere. So that would be good to fix. Yeah. Should definitely fix that. And don't even know if I need... Do I really need LEDs there? These should be 0402. I'm not going to put pink here, folks. I'm sorry.
Aaron Knox says I just need this board with a second motor controller. I fancy playing around with it and the Aducam.
Fancy playing around with it in the... Oh, Arducam. Yeah, not happening. I mean, you can... I'll put this on GitHub, and you can... With the... Window go. Oh, not edit. Idiot.
John Clayton says say on.
That is not my name. I'm just kidding. I'm putting these to 0402. Sorry, I'm not putting pink. Not putting pink. Wait. Oh, they are 0402. I thought they were bigger. God, I'm an idiot. God. Idiot. Okay.
Slotted first says farts.
Every time. Okay, I'm just going to align some of these things because they need to be aligned. Wait. Oh. That's why.
Rick the Almighty says farts.
They were the same, but they were not 0402. Okay, I fixed that. Yeah, I'm not doing a second stepper on here. Sorry, I don't need it, and I don't. It's just not worth it. And
Knox says, see, and you wouldn't want to see my modified version of this board. My circuit city would look like a major earthquake had happened.
That's okay, as long as it works for you. I need to. Yeah, why is this? This is from my previous, I started this off from my Otis board, which is why there's some really weird component sizes on here. No. No. What? Yeah, that didn't work. I want you there. There. Okay. And that should really be there. No, they don't. Okay. Yeah, I don't want to have to deal with current, like making sure that I've got enough headroom for 7 amps, 6 amps, whatever. Like I'm going to be running the steppers probably at between 2 and 2.5 amps, and plus whatever spiky bits they come up with. Like I don't want to have to deal with 2 steppers. Sorry. Supporting 2 steppers when I don't need it is just adding a shit ton of extra things to worry about for no purpose. Oh my god, I hit create instead of remove. How many of I? That's better. Okay. Does that make sense, Aaron? I hope that makes sense. Thank you for your understanding. That's what JLC sent to me all the time. Oh, I'm sorry we made that mistake. We'll do better next time. Thank you for your understanding. No, you don't have my understanding. You need to fix it. Telling me that you'll do better next time doesn't solve my board that doesn't work. Please fix it. Okay, so labels. I don't know if these will fit. I don't know if these are on the same height. 639. Is someone bringing me a coffee?
Aaron Knox says, yup, sure. Shame, I figured I'd copy and paste your controller circuit and just auto-route it and ship it to JLC lol.
Auto-routing! The fact that it's called auto-routing, I mean, instead of routing, terrible. So look at this. I got to go through and everyone. I keep meaning to speak to Greg about fixing this, unless he already has, and I didn't notice there was another Kai Buzzard update. So these are Kai Buzzard labels, and if I want to go and do this and move it, watch this. Oh, error. Text width must, because of the rules for text size now, it thinks this is a text thing, even though it's got its own graphic, but all of the values here is 0 by default when he creates them. So I'm going to go like this. 1, let it keep going through it so it can put the defaults in. Just so I can move it. and then find out that it's not even center aligned. It is center aligned. If that's center aligned, why? And oh, did I click the pad? Must have clicked the pad. 2618. No, 2618. Wait, why is it doing that again? What is going on? This should be center aligned to this. Oh, is that... Where's the 0 point on this? I wonder if the 0 point's at the ground. Edit footprint. It is. Who did that? That's not my footprint. Where's this footprint from? Edit. Change footprint name. Terminal block. Why is this KiCad footprint? Oh, because they do connectors there. Right. Okay, well that's stupid. Curiously, why is pin 1 ground on the power connector and pin 2 on the other? What? Why is what? You're talking about the shapes? Well, it doesn't matter what pin 1 and pin 2 is. They're just a number. Makes no difference. The pad shapes, whatever, they're done so the ground is sitting next to each other. I don't want to have to route around to get to the other ground. So I want the grounds next to each other. What I should do here is change the footprint, make this one square and make that one round. So the two grounds are square. But in this case, the square is pin 1. The square is not ground. So, and these will be hidden by connectors. You won't see them once they're soldered. Right, I just explained why. Yeah, sorry, right, delay in chat. So, yeah, I mean, I can fix that aesthetically. And I also hate these big chunky annulars. I want them to look like this. Okay, let's... Bit frustrating with... I just want them all the same. Distance.
Rick the Almighty says might want to mark VCC and GND.
Nah, what for? Don't you like living dangerously? I don't know if that's too close to the edge. We'll see. Got to fix the wires. Gonna delete that one. We're gonna go duplicate, move. That's gonna be 5
John
volt.
Clayton says, say on, what is the logo pattern currently on your logo?
Rain, no. No, not rain. I don't think it's on that list. It's, I think it's called circles. But I don't think it's, I haven't updated that list in a while. Yeah. I haven't. Here we go again. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, I need to move. This is in a really terrible spot. Truth be told. And I should really have a cap on the power there. And I don't want to turn it sideways. I want to get the labels in there, but these labels are too big. Delete them. Oh. lost its link.
J. Rogozinski says hello.
So you decide to expose 3.3 directly to the outside for those switches. Yep. Yep. As opposed to what? Putting opto isolation on it? Correct. Because, yep. Because.
Johnny Begdal says I want pink lead.
I know you do, but get me 0402 pink LEDs and I'll... Really? Gung? Gung. That's not a thing. You get me 0402 pink LEDs and I'll do it. Otherwise, I don't think so. Oh, the pink.
J. Rogozinski says hello.
You expose ground and bias the in-out to high. What? Expose ground.
Rick the Almighty says need to unmod Nox so I can block him.
I don't know. I don't want it to be active low. What? I don't follow. Sorry.
Johnny Begdal says I think I'm better at electronics than you.
I think you're both better at electronics than me. Just saying. Okay, I'm just redoing these labels because, you know, it's so important. Such a great use of my time. Making coffee would be better use of my time. Oh, I didn't set the width. So now when I do this, they're going to be different widths. That one, see that? I don't know what my longest width is. 3. It needs a bit more. 3.1. And that. Oh, whoops. 3.1. Stop double clicking on it, Seon. SDA. On an old processor, the output could see 20 milliamps and only source microamps. So output active low was common. I know, but output active low gives me more issues if I have noise on the line than
Captain Kurt
high.
says ask Tinywatch to make the coffee.
Ask who? Tiny Watch. Tiny Watch, make me coffee. You didn't hear that, but it told me to... It said, screw you! Yeah. Yeah, I don't want active low. For noise reasons. I was getting a lot more issues. So active low is really hard to filter. Active high is...
John Clayton says, Seon, do you have a coffee bean grinder?
No, I've got a pod machine. Even better.
Slotted first says Axel Lesser say farts.
Okay. And so limit... hate that. I hate these. Oh, actually.
Aaron Knox says that watch jokesy and made me giggle. Felt like a Monty Python sketch moment.
Really? Okay. I'm glad you giggled. Like, seriously glad it made you giggle. But, I didn't think it was that funny. But what would I know? I only came here for the view. How do I do, what's measure? That'll do. Mies. What's mies mean? who knows? Okay, these ones. Really don't like these labels. Let's get rid of those. Let's reuse. Okay, and that's going to be limit home. It's going to be too long. Yep. Oh, I know what we'll do. See, now we're going to get fancy. We're going to go like that. And we're going to go limits. I'm going to go 2 and 2. Okay, here we go. Fancy, fancy. Oh, actually, even more fancy. Let's do this. Yes, that's not an M. Wow, almost 3.5 hours. That doesn't fit because of the corner. My case is I don't have caps on either
John
side.
Clayton says, say on, what coffee grind and flavor do you prefer? I might send you some Black Rifle Company coffee.
Thanks, John, but I can't use, like, I've got a pod machine, so it'll have to, if it's not in a pod, I can't use it, but, and thank you though, but I don't have a grind or flavor. I have an intensity preference, which is
John Clayton
Hi.
says, say on, what coffee grind and flavor do you prefer? I might send you some Black Rifle Company coffee.
Why did that play twice? That's weird. Jay, so on my existing setup, which, did you see my video? You would have seen, there is no caps, and my filtering was a software filtering, Robusta beans. I don't know what Robusta beans are. So I use, Nespresso, the strongest coffee they make is Intensity 13. Was it Casa 12? 12. They make one that's higher, but I really don't like the flavor of it. I just like whatever standard. Just strong. It's got to be strong. Distracted. Yeah. So Jay, so the answer is because. The answer is I'm software filtering, not hardware filtering. And I have a setup that works exactly how I have a setup that is proven and working, and that's exactly what I'm implementing. I'm not going to reinvent what I've done a different way and then introduce problems that I didn't have before because I didn't stick to my prototype. So that's why you prototype. When you prototype something and you get it working, that's what you build. For my purposes here, this is perfect. There is nothing wrong with 5 volts out there. No, it's based upon noise. It's based upon being able to software filter a low signal compared to a high signal. So, yeah, if you think about the software involved in eliminating false highs or false lows, very simple to eliminate a false high. Extremely simple. Like, it takes 2 characters to eliminate a false high in a filter, and it takes a lot of manipulation and slow down on the SEPA run cycle to eliminate a false low out of highs. And that's as far as I'm going to go, because it's just, yeah. If I have to filter in software, then, and the fact is, whether I have to filter in software now, I am going to take my existing software, which works exactly how I want, and put it on this board and use it. So, because people are going to be free to change it themselves if they want to. Oops. Like, I don't need to solve that in hardware. I don't need to, like, who cares if I expose my 3.3 volt rail? My cables are insulated, and the final versions will be inside some, what's the sheathing called? What's the whatever? And I don't know. I don't see what the big deal is. Whoa. Not judging your approach, just thought you were saying that you have experienced more noise on the input line. No, not more noise, but it's extremely hard to filter out. Having looked at the noise that I've got and looked at the results that I've got, if I get a stray high when I don't want it...
says that air release was perfectly timed to your expression on your face. Well
Really?
played.
My issue isn't the size of the spike. It's when my homing registers a hit when there isn't one, because the conveyor's nowhere near the homing signal, right? And then everything stops because there's a hit. So it's really easy to remove a false high by ANDing it. ANDing the last one with the next one. Like doing two readings and ANDing them together, right? Unless you get two false highs in a row, which I've never experienced on here, just a stray random out of 1,000 readings, out of 100 readings, let's say there's just a stray high, not 100, whatever the number is, it doesn't matter, right? That one stray high stops the conveyor from working. So if I AND it with another value, that removes it completely with one operation. Now, try doing the same thing when you're active low. What do? But debounce code takes one operation. I need to run my steppers as fast as possible. I don't want to be wasting cycles every frame trying to debounce. And debounce, anyway, it doesn't matter, Jay. It doesn't matter. I didn't say my way is the right way. I'm saying my way is the way I'm using it. And I'm sure there are lots of other ways to do it. But I'm really, really, really happy with my way for this. 100%. Why? Because it's on there working right now. And that is what is most important to me, is I have a working solution on my conveyor. Yeah. So I just wrecked that. Okay, I need to stop playing with these labels. I need to put some ground stitching in. Here we go again. It also helped to put a filter cap on the limit switch, so the switch only gives one spike. Again, I'm filtering it in software, so it shouldn't be a problem. And adding a cap's just going to delay the change. If it's a small enough cap, it's not going to make any difference, and if it's a big enough cap, it's going to delay the charge. Right? So, well, I don't agree, because I don't know what size cap I'd need to put to filter it properly. And so what I'm doing is making a design that might not work as well as what I'm currently doing. So I don't want to do that. I'd rather just make it. Anyway. Yeah. Does that fit? Oh, god damn it. Really? Why are you not locked? D, down, lock. Oh my god, it's not locking. That's infuriating. I really want to get this finished and sent off. Okay, bit close, but whatever. Are using interrupts on the switch inputs? No. Nope. Why? Because I don't want it to fire an interrupt incorrectly. So I monitor it. I don't want something to happen. Anyway. The answer is no for Sion's reasons. What? The talk of delay would be mute somewhat. Yeah, interrupts are great, except yeah, I don't want it to be on an interrupt. I want it to be on a constant read that I can filter. So anyway, starting to go around in circles now. These labels. Track has unconnected end. Which one? Right.
Arthur Kazner says label on 5-volt connector is backwards.
No, it's not, because it's not showing you which side the 5 volts is in. It's just saying this is 5 volts in and that's 24 volts in. But hi, Arthur. Yeah, it's not backwards. Okay. That's okay. That's okay. It's just it's not polarity indication. So I should just do this. Like that. How's that, everyone? Oops. Does that make everyone happier? Ground trace down the bottom. Oh yeah, that doesn't need to be there anymore. That one? Yeah. I really don't want to change these shapes. But I will. Three circular 152. Okay, rectangle 3 circular 152, and that's circle circular. There you go. Except I really don't like. There you go. Now the squares are for ground are the same, but I really don't like the size of those. I can't remember what these are. 1.397. 1.397. Go away. Okay.
John Clayton says compiler.
Okay. So, is that everything? The only thing I didn't do was stick a cap on the 3.3 volt rail here. I really think I should, because I don't know. Should I put a cap? Oh, I can't decide. What's a decoupling cap is what I'm talking about, sure. Yeah, long stream. I didn't realize when I hit 3 hours. Why is that snapping funny? You know what? I'm gonna just leave it alone. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it. The 20 volt and the 5 volt should be on the left. No, they shouldn't. What? You're talking about positive should be on the left hand side on both of them? Really? The text-to-speech is no. This is Apple's text-to-speech. Why do they both need to be on the left if they're labelled, Peter? Just curious. Is it messing with your OCD? Right, okay. Right, so Jay, the point is putting a cap next to the power pin.
Aaron Knox says you have a mounting hole bottom right. Is there a space for a second up top between the ESP and the motor driver?
No, there isn't, unfortunately, so I'm not sure what I'm going to do about that. So Jay, so my point is, and you can hate this all you like, but that's where, as far as I'm concerned, a decoupling cap and a bulk cap are the same. If I put it next to a power pad, it's a bulk cap. And if I put it next to a pin, it's a decoupling cap. But it's the same cap. So, you know what I mean? Like, what it's used for might change, but it's the same thing. Not same thing as in like, I don't care what it's called, is what I'm saying, right? If I stick it on the 3.3, it's bulk, and if I stick it on an I/O, so on the power of a pin, it's decoupling. And you know what? If I stick it on a signal, it's a filter, but it's the same. It's the same cap, so it's the same. What it does changes, but doesn't change. Like a cap is what a cap does. Like it stores charge. It filters spikes. Like, you know what I mean? Like you could call a bulk cap a filtering cap, because that's what a bulk cap is doing. Essentially, it's always filtering while it's charging and while it's storing bulk charge. Like, yeah. So, to me, interchangeable. I hardly ever use the term bulk, and I always just use decoupling. And, you know, I also say cache instead of cache, which annoys everyone. Yeah, I know I've got that here. I don't know where else I can stick one, other than under here. I could put one under the stepper. Maybe I'll do that. When I've attached the flux capacitor. I'm going to, if I move this out the way, is that visible? We don't really need that. Okay, I can put another mounting hole under here, so I can get to it with the module taken out. What do you think? And this, I didn't actually, so that should be at 61 and at 4. Okay. You should definitely have some near the, what?
John Clayton says say, voice equals.
Oops. Wait, I didn't even look at the results. Okay. Decoupling caps near the what? There's no power. Well, I guess there's technically...
John Clayton says, voice equals.
So, is this for me, or what do you? I don't understand what you're doing there, John. So where exactly do you reckon I should put bulk, or put decoupling on here? The only thing is the VCC I/O, and that is actually a that gets used as a voltage reference. So I'm not sure, like, where else on the 24 volt line. Data sheet for what? There's no data sheet for this stepper driver. So yeah. You made a statement that it should be there, then now you're saying look at the data sheet. So that's what I don't understand. No, I want it this side. Oh my god. But the power is the 24 volts coming in, and the stepper has the stepper driver has decoupling caps on it, and me sticking caps there on the 24 volt line.
John Clayton says, say on. I was trying to hack your text to speech. I will stop, sorry.
Yeah, you can't. It's not any of the ones that you said it was. Like, it's yeah. Anyway, a data sheet for what though? A data sheet for the, like, this is a, oh my god, wrong button. This is like a Chinese stepper module. There's no data sheet for it. I'm not talking about the chip. This is not a board from TMC. What's happening with Andy? Oh, catch you later, Andy. Have a good sleep. Okay, done. Done. We're gonna make Gerbers and ship it. Only thing is, there's no branding on the back. Probably should put some branding on the back. Well, I don't think there's branding on the back. What are we? No. We're putting anything on the back? That looks very unbalanced. Put that there.
Mitchell R says just a massive logo.
I don't have actually a massive logo, but what I might do is my usual... Oh, no, I can't ship this. I haven't done all the ground stitching, guys and girls, in case there's anyone. So, no, I can't. But what I will do is my usual silliness.
J. Rogozinski says, how about Sam's?
How about what? How about...
Mitchell R says, hey, it's fine. JLC will fix it, lol.
Yeah, they'll fix it. Except they won't be make something that'll be convey something unexpected. There you go. So, front of the board, which missing all the things.
Slotchebot first says, beep.
Back of the board, convey something unexpected. Okay, stitching. Shouldn't take too long. Doesn't need a lot. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and align, distribute horizontally. Smack in the middle of
Aaron
my
Knox
life.
says the board says sack him.
That's a lot of stitching down there. Anyway, okay, so ground. No. Oh my god. KiCad, stop it. KiCad's definitely drunk. Where's my stitching here gone? Whoops. I did have ground.
Aaron Knox
Yeah.
says or mucus backwards lol.
Ba-ba-ba.
Mitchell R says it's not grounded enough, it'll learn shortly.
Dun, dun. Run around. Yeah, I really should.
Aaron Knox says is there a safe area around antenna?
Not yet. I need to fix that. As I said, it's not ready to go yet. Oh, it keeps... Okay. Objects. Footprints. Oh, no, not there. Here. Dimension. Zones. No, I don't want to select zones. Good. Because I kept clicking them by accident. Which is frustrating. No, don't want in there. I'm just... Okay. Randomly just placing those because I want to... 1, 2, 3. Actually... and align to top. No. Align to top. Better. Okay. One, two. Distribute. I wish there was a shortcut key for this.
Aaron Knox
2
says
steps.
this board should be the Rickroll board. It keeps things spinning right round, baby, right round.
Okay. Is that today's Rickroll? These are all going to be errors, by the way. They're all going to be too close to the edge. I bet you. Bet you, bet you, bet you, bet you bottom dollar. I should cut some of these off. But anyway, yeah, like there. Keep out copper. Almost 4 hours. Okay, good. Now, keep out. Oop, where'd they go? I'll use that. You reuse this. Okay, this needs to be Yes, thank you. Oh, really? Again with the corners. Okay, remove. It's all this fiddly stuff that takes forever. Oh, there was another one. Remove. Keep out all layers. Better. Okay.
Alan K says, what's the clearance for 1 kilowatt RF power?
What? I have no idea. Is that an in-joke? Did I miss something? I like going and cleaning up lots of stray. I don't want stray there. Okay, how many errors we got now because of how close I put the wires to the edges? Oh, not many. So where is that one? Sometimes it doesn't take you there. And what's that saying? Oh, right, ground, but there's no ground there. That's a good point. Let's put it there. And then there's this one near the edge cuts. Too close. And is that it?
Mitchell R says, just in case you missed it, the input caps overhang the antenna keep out area.
The input caps hang over the antenna keep out area. The input caps. Input caps. Right. Yeah, just a little bit. Okay. Yep.
Mitchell R
Thank
says
you.
resistors caps.
Yeah. Yep. Understood. Thanks. I mean, it's fine. That keep out area really only has to go to the pink, not even the pink, to the board edge. So it's actually fine, but the fact is they're just hanging over the edge there, which just doesn't look great. So that's easily fixed. Like that. But thank you for picking that. Okay. I think UFO icon needed. UFO icon.
Mitchell R says that is what we are here for. Well, at least most of us. Slightly smiling face.
Slightly smiling face. I'm gonna move that there. I'm gonna rotate that. I'm gonna move that to there. And move that to there. Move that to there. Why? Because I can. Okay. Yeah, I need to start doing some nice artwork for the back of my boards, I think. So, 2 mounting holes. They're not great, but they're better than nothing. And ground stitching isn't superb at all. It's not going to like that one, maybe. This stitching might be totally unnecessary.
Captain Kirk says put Area 51 in keep out zone.
Area 51 in keep out zone. What? What? I don't understand what you mean. Oh, put the text Area 51 in there. Right. Really don't like that that's not straight. Okay. No, I get it now. I did not. I wasn't reading what it was. I was hearing, and I didn't make sense. But now I've read it. Yeah. There is no dude. Oh my god. Johnny, you are correct. No reset. Holy shit, that would have been bad. I've got no reset or what do you call it button, or boot button on here. Johnny, well done. Everyone else saying ship it. Wow. Nice find. I'm going to steal some. Steely wheelie one. Wow. Yep, Johnny wins. Johnny wins the internet. I know I've got to do this schematic side. I will. Oh, they're on the wrong side. With 0. Oh my god, where's I? 0. There, okay. Oh man. Boot buttons are for wimps. Yeah, well, that would have been a problem. Flashing it just the first time. That would have actually been really funny. And when I say funny, not really at all. Not funny at all. Not funny at all. Like, seriously. That would... You know what, the last time I did that was my very first Reflow Master Pro board. I forgot to stick them on there. Switch 1 and switch 2. Reset is switch 2. Reset is switch... switch 2. That is switch 1. Okay. To make sure that's right. Yeah, okay. We don't need... Yes, go away. Okay, I'm going to have to... Wow. Can't believe it. I can't believe that almost happened. honestly. That would have been extremely embarrassing had I done that. Yeah, the reset's really handy for resetting the board. I use it all the time. Okay, so I guess I should label them, shouldn't I? No. Doot. Okay, we've got a doot button and a reset button. Now the reset button is already already has the reset circuitry on the Nano. So
Mitchell R says doot and whoops button.
doot and whoops. No, it's not a whoops. Reset's not a whoops button, just a reset button. They are not lined up. That needs to be moved. Sorry, folks. Let's get a bit more balance there.
John Clayton says sat on. Can this board be used to control a stepper for a DI rotary adapter for a laser engraver?
Can be used to control any stepper. Sure. Like what? Yeah. It could, but it's very overkill for that. I feel like I still want to stick another thing on there. It's way too close to the reset line. No, well, this can take 12 volts. This doesn't have to be 24 volts coming in. It can be any voltage coming in. Any voltage that isn't, I mean, it could even be 5 volts, I guess. This can take up to 24 volts. So we should actually mention on the back, max 24 volt DC input on stepper side. It's on the back. Okay. I don't know what the min is. I'm just saying, like, the min is whatever the min is. The max is 24 volts. The cap I'm putting on is 36. I think it's 36 volt cap. So yeah, if you don't put 48 on, that'll go boom boom. Okay. Cool. One more check, and then wait, ground, more ground. Because we broke the boundaries here. And I'm going to do one more of these. happen then. Remove. Is it 5 hours yet? I feel like it's been going for a long time. 4 hours 11. You can see how keen I am to just get this done.
Mitchell R says 4 hours.
I might as well just go all the way. So sometimes it's good to have ground in between the traces, return path stuff, but not if they just end up with, yeah, badness there. And I don't really have, unless I go to the bottom layer, enough room to space them
Captain
out.
Kirk says 24 volt at how many amps?
The stepper can do 4 or something amps. I don't believe it. Not on something this small. But I'm going to need, yeah, I'm going to be pushing 2 amps through it.
Mitchell R says
2.5.
bloody it's 2 AM here, and I am still struggling with CSS. Confused face. Lovely long stream.
Yay, CSS. Yay. We love CSS. Not really. Okay, so we've got grounds on there. Can't have enough ground. Wires, except they charge you, but whatever. Okay. Yeah. No, the stepper driver can do it. The chip can absolutely do it, but the actual little driver module, not a chance. Like when it's on a bob. Where'd my bobs go? Over here.
John Clayton says it's 7:16 m here on us West Coast. I woke up at 4 m.
For those that remember, this is what I was originally using. The bob, this bob. That's the same chip. That can do, yeah, 5 point something amps. I mean, you need a heatsink on it, but that board can do 5 point something amps. But the little
Captain Kirk
driver
says
thing,
I mean,
no.
label the power inputs for how many amps they need.
Well, I don't know how many they need, and I don't know how much this can take. So I don't know. I'd be putting an artificial value there that may or may not be correct. So at the end of the day, if this is not a product I'm selling, well, I don't think so. Like, I guess if people want it in this exact format, I could make some. But my plan wasn't to make this a product and sell it. But you would think that anyone that's going to be using it to drive a stepper of whatever is going to know enough about steppers and stuff to not do it. And if they blow it up, they blow it up. I mean, you know, people, if they want to modify this design to make it work better with what they want to do, they're going to have to put on whatever they need to put on to deal with the voltage and the current and everything else that they need. You know what I might do? Just because I'm never going to finish it, ever, is I think I'm going to put one more. And you ready for this? I'm going to cop so much shit from Jay now. You watch. So much shit from Jay. You ready for it? So much shit I'm going to cop. Oop. Just going to move those over a bit. There you go, Jay. I told you, I'm going to cop shit from you now. I just remembered I got a new batch of 50 volt 805 10 microfarad caps. So
Slotted first says Mike Hunt knows how to troll TTS.
okay,
Captain Kirk says, did you put corresponding symbols for the buttons in the circuit diagram?
yeah, over here. I mean, the schematic is ugly. Yeah, just a ceramic, just a multi-layer. But it's a 50 volt. Yeah, this needs to be cleaned up. But, yeah, they're there. All good, Christian, all good. So, I think we are... maybe good. Maybe. So I've got ground on the top, but we have a ground layer. And I feel like because we've got ground on top, I need to still add more stitching. I'm a big fan of boundary stitching. Big fan. So what are you doing in the back? Who's that to? What? Oh, that's not to me, that's to Mitchell. Johnny, how rude to ask me about my back end. Or anyone about their back end. I never use, except for here, what you're seeing. Oh shit, I forgot. How fun is that? Yeah, I should actually look at all of the layers before I do that, right? Whoops. I never use electrolytic caps. Only ever use ceramic.
Aaron Knox says this week is about seeing S.A.C.C, not his backend. That's next week, Johnny.
Yeah, just enough talking about my back end. Does my back end look big in these pants? Sorry. Okay. I think, I said this before, but I think we're done. I really hate having vires in the silk screen. Chelsea can't do that. See, I got back. Okay. I keep pushing this. Okay. I think we're good. I'm really going to do a 3D model. Boundary stitching. So it's for the ground plane. Because I'm breaking the ground plane. I'll show you in a second. Cool. So like around the board edge, because I've got 2 layers of ground plane, I've got my inner ground layer, which is these ones, and I've got ground on my top layer as well.
John Clayton says, what is boundary stitching for?
So that's what I'm explaining. So what you're doing, you're stitching the 2 layers together. So you want to have as much, firstly you want to stitch your boundaries of your PCB. It's essential for RF layout, not really essential for non-RF, unless it's high-speed stuff. But it's just good practice to stitch your boundaries to make sure that that when ground, because you don't know the return path ground is going to take. You can try to guide return path, like sticking vires next to ground here like there and here and
John
here.
Clayton says that is a nice looking semiconductor city.
Thank you. Not really, it's a bit ugly. Anyway, so you don't know which path it's going to take. So you want to make sure that your board area is stitched as much as possible, like I didn't even stitch through here, to give it as many paths as possible so it can pick the shortest path. And sometimes it'll just jump layers. But anyway, you want it to have the shortest path possible for ground. So the easiest way to, especially if you've got multiple ground layers, so the best way to do that is to put stitching everywhere. That means it can pick the path it wants to take. And it'll always take the shortest path for it. Yeah. See, I'm now just adding vires for the sake of adding vires. But that's okay. You can't have too many vires unless they charge you. Yeah, because they used to charge for the vires. And JLC do charge for the vires, but they charge over, once you've got over 4,000, they charge for the drills, overall drills, not for the vires specifically. Okay, I think I really got to stop. So if you look, if I do a board statistics, I can actually see now that there are, see, not many drills. But I've actually got 3 different size vires. 0.4, 0.2, I need to go fix these. They should all be 0.2. Oh no! I must have replicated a bad vire somewhere. No, 4,000 drills. So like my Pro S3 panel is over 4,000 drills. So that includes headers, it includes anything that they have to drill through the board. Right? Even milling is a drill. So you got drill here. That's 2 drills because of the way they mill. 2 drills, 2 drills, 2 drills. Like drill. All these drills. So it adds up, let me tell you. I really should fix the vires, but there's no quick way to do it. No, there isn't. So stuff like that's coming in 8. Well, actually, no, I lied. Wait. There is. I worked out the other day how I can do it. If I go to select nothing, and I do just select vires, and I go back to here, and if I just hide everything else. So if I go like this, all my vires are selected. And I don't believe, except these big ones, I don't want these ones. Right, all my vires are selected, and now I can actually set them here. See this? 0.2, wait, that should be 0.2, 0.4. Edit. 0.4, 0.2. Right, let's now edit. Hello, grab all the vires, except for these. So vires is one of the only things you can do this with, and go edit. I can now go that, and they're all set now, which is very cool. But I only worked that out like a couple of weeks ago. If I now do a board inspection, and look at the drill holes, you see vires, there's only 2 sizes. There's the 3 big ones, 0.4 and 0.4, and then there's 142, sorry, 0.5, I mean, yeah, it's not showing the other size. Anyway, whatever. And then the 0.2s. Okay, fixed. Yay. Okay, here we go. Gerbers. Oh, this has got the old stuff in it, I think. KiCad. Conveyor. Okay, conveyor, Gerbers, new folder, R1. Because there's going to be more than one. Hey Toby, it's complicated. Yes, they do, but no, they don't. But it's complicated. I've never been charged extra for wires, so okay. Plot, generate drill files, close, and we're done. So zip and rename. No, I'm using 0.2, 0.4. So they've changed their size capabilities again. It used to be 0.2 is the smallest drill with a 0.45 annular, but they can now do that. They now say 0.45 and 0.4 are the same, and you don't have to pay extra for their testing that they used to have to do. So they changed up their capabilities when they bought that new factory. I don't need Altium. No, I don't. So there's no way of multi-selecting like a whole bunch of caps and change them at once in 7, but they're starting to introduce that in 8. Stuff like that in 8, so that's pretty cool. I'll move to 8 at some point. So done, I've exported. I'm not going to log into JLC now, but I will order these today. Dreamweaver, whoa, I used to hate Dreamweaver. Okay, it is now 4.5 hours. Holy shit. I'm going to go. I'm going to... Oh, I got more Whoppers in stock. I made more Whoppers and I didn't release them. Or did I? I'll have to check. Anyway, I got new Whopper boards yesterday. Oh my God, front page.
John
Done.
Clayton says, what is the difference between a stitch and a VR?
They're all vias. It's the stitching means like when you're sewing. When you sew around the outside of something to hold it all together, that's what stitching. You're stitching the planes together using vias, whatever. What about hot dog? Has anyone mentioned hot dog? I haven't been watching. In V8 you can change all. I said they're moving in that direction. They've got an editor panel, you can do multiple parts on this panel. I don't know what its capabilities are yet, but that is the aim. Yes. Like in Eagle, they could do that forever ago. You could just multi-select a whole bunch of things and you could see all the properties, like in a spreadsheet, and you could change them all at once. Thanks, Jay. Yeah, the via is a thing. Stitching is a concept using vias. Yep. HDMX, good for a lot of things, not good for everything still. And Go, shoot yourself. Yeah, Hot Dog, web dev. Wow. Hot Dog. They're an Aussie company. Hot Dog. Okay. Thanks all for watching. Thanks for all your input and help with the ground planes. For those of you that stuck around, good on you. Still says 42 people on the stream, concurrent viewers. That can't be right. There aren't 42 crazy people in this world. I've no idea. It's what the Prime... what? It's what ChatGPT says. Yeah. Okay. Anyway. Hello, Hugo. Sorry if I didn't say hi to you before. Yeah, it's all scriptable in Python, but that's a lot of work to do stuff in Python. By the time you've written something in Python to do what you want to do, you could have just fixed it by hand. So, yeah. But yes, and you can also do it, like the files are just text. So you can actually go and just modify the text files.
Mitchell R says
That's the
lol
easiest
cheers.
way.
Hashtag hijacked stream.
All good, all good. Okay, I'm going, oh.
Super chat!
Thanks, John. It's okay. Well, you weren't really hacking it. But good on you for attempting it. I'm sorry, Peter. I can't believe I got the board actually finished on stream. Doesn't happen often. I think I've only done it twice in my life. Okay, bye everyone. Take care. Thanks for the super chat, John. That was really nice of you. Catch you all next week. Have a great week. Coffee time. Bye.